Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Trump warns of crushing and unprecedented economic measures on Iran and any other country that helps it. South Korea accuses North Korea of firing 10 ballistic missiles into the sea as Trump reportedly seeks a summit with Kim Jong-un. And Prince Harry and Meghan are set to move back to the UK later this month, 6 years after they moved to the US. President Trump has said he'll launch tougher economic measures against Iran and will do the same to any other country that helps Tehran. Taking to Truth Social, he said he was launching the most crushing economic operations ever taken against any country. This will be economic warfare and isolation on an unprecedented scale. I am also announcing that any country that allows its financial institutions, businesses, airports or government entities to provide any type of lifeline to Iran will itself face tremendous economic consequences. In the last hour or so, Iran has condemned the new US sanctions, calling them economic terrorism. Let's go to New York now to speak to Jason Brodsky, Policy Director at United Against Nuclear Iran. Jason, always great to have you on the show. So as I just said there, Trump is threatening unprecedented economic warfare against Iran. Scott Bessent just talking, says the US wants to collapse the Iranian regime through economic pressure. We still have no details, but what can Washington realistically do?
Well, I think Washington has many options. It can crack down on a lot of the trade that Iran is engaging in with its neighbors, Iraq, Pakistan, Turkey, Oman, and other countries. There's a lot of low-hanging fruit that are of entities and individuals who have exposure to the U.S. financial system. So I think we can expect to look at those targets from the Treasury Department. Also, Chinese financial institutions, which are enabling the sanctions evasion and the sale of Iranian energy products from Iran to China. That's really providing a lifeline for the Iranian economy. So I expect those are potential targets. But while the executive order and the, I should say, the Truth Social post is sweeping in language, it's all going to be the follow through and the implementation. And that's what we're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, Jason, as I said, we're still lacking those details. But I want to talk to you a little bit more about China, because China buys more than 80% of Iran's exported oil. Bessent has told Beijing to get with the program on Iran's isolation. But can the US isolate Iran without confronting China? Because the US needs China for things like rare earth minerals.
Well, given the fact that this is of urgent concern with the Strait of Hormuz being impacted by Iran regime attacks and threats, I think that the U.S. is going to have to prioritize this issue in the broader bilateral agenda with Beijing. And so it's going to be incumbent for the United States to exercise some political capital on this issue and prioritizing it maybe at the expense of some of the other economic issues that are at play between Beijing and Washington.
Do you think this will cause a massive rift between Washington and Beijing? Because President Donald Trump has been speaking about the meeting he's got planned with President Xi Jinping.
Well, I think we shouldn't overstate the importance of Iran to China. China has other options other than the Islamic Republic of Iran. China views Iran as a useful cudgel to use against the United States and its allies and partners. But China has other economic options, as I noted before. And Chinese banks are going to be risk averse at the exposure that they may receive if the U.S. Treasury Department does, in fact, sanction some of these banks for enabling the purchases of Iranian products in defiance of American sanctions.
And Jason, what sort of message is Trump trying to send countries who do business with Iran?
The message is very clear. You can do business with the United States or do business with the Islamic Republic. This is the choice, and in economic terms, there is no choice. The United States reigns supreme in this contest.
The US can continue putting pressure on Iran's economy, but does this lead to capitulation or escalation? Because this is the big question many people are asking, because we must remember that Iran has successfully evaded sanctions for decades.
Well, I think that this is going to end in one of two ways, with regime collapse or with the regime adhering and acquiescing to U.S. terms as a part of some kind of negotiated settlement. And those are likely the two end games that the United States is eyeing. And I think it's going to be incumbent on the United States and our allies and partners to demonstrate to the Iranian regime that we have the endurance and the political will that are necessary to see this through to the end. And the Iranian regime bets that pressures from the global economy, political pressures on the president and other countries are going to curtail this kind of economic campaign and any kind of military campaign as well that may be associated with Iranian escalation in response to this economic warfare operation. But the United States and its allies are going to have to demonstrate to the Iranian regime that they do have the will to see this through.
And Iran says the US is begging for its allies to help when it comes to this economic warfare. Do you think there's some truth in that? Will Donald Trump have to pressure his allies into coming on board with this?
Yes, I do think it's going to be important. This can't just be the United States. This has to also be an international coalition that's aimed to isolate the Islamic Republic. And the more allies and partners that we have on board, the more effective the campaign will be. And it's incumbent on the United States to demonstrate to its allies and partners that it's in their interests to want to see this campaign through, because Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz and its continued terrorism around the region and throughout the world represents a threat to their interests. Just yesterday or a couple of days ago, we had Iranian officials threatening through the Financial Times to target missiles and drones at Europe. And that cannot be allowed to stand. And so our allies and partners do have some skin in the game here, and they have to demonstrate that they have the will to join with the United States to see this through.
And President Trump's economic warfare on Iran does show, indeed, Jason, that the US has some tools. But do you think they have a strategy for if this doesn't work? Because they've got the tools, as we said, they can put sanctions in place, get their allies on board. But what's the long-term strategy here? There doesn't appear to be one.
Well, I think there is one. I think that, as I said to you before, there are two outcomes here. First is a negotiated settlement that meets the U.S. requirements, but given the history of the Islamic Republic, it is really reluctant to make the kind of concessions that the United States views as absolutely necessary as a part of a negotiated settlement. The other alternative is regime collapse. And I think that the reality is it's highly unlikely we are ever going to be able to get to a durable diplomatic outcome with the Islamic Republic as long as it remains in power. There will be continued instability as long as it remains in power. And I think it's incumbent not only on Washington, but also our allies and partners to understand this as well. They're not going to get the stability that they deserve and hope with the Islamic Republic still in power. And that is likely the road that we're going down, because the regime does not prioritize the welfare of its people at the end of the day. It prioritizes the continuation of the Islamic Revolution, and it's spreading throughout the region.
So, Jason, if this economic warfare and economic pressure from the US doesn't work, are we back to full-scale escalation militarily?
I think it's going to depend on how the Iranian regime reacts to the pressure campaign. I think the Iranian regime will prod and test the United States and its allies to try to curtail the pressure campaign and to try to prevent its full implementation. So I think the United States and our allies and partners need to be prepared for that eventuality. But, calibrated military reprisals does not necessarily mean that there will be the unleashing of the full, threatened targeting of Iran's energy infrastructure and critical infrastructure that the U.S. was focused on a few weeks ago and threatening.
So the US essentially changing strategy in many respects. But the George Washington is expected to replace the USS Abraham Lincoln after this extremely long deployment. Does this show how stretched US military forces have now become in the region? Because there's been a lot of talk about depletion when it comes to military arms too.
Yeah, I think there's it's no secret that the United States has limited resources here, but this is an urgent national security threat, and we have to start expending some of our capabilities on dealing with an urgent national security threat that's today, not necessarily the kinds of challenges that we may anticipate will be in the future. This is an urgent and acute threat that needs to be handled today, and we need to prioritize that right now because this is what's confronting the United States, not some hypothetical conflict in the Indo-Pacific at the moment.
Jason, what do people in America actually think of this plan and think of the war that's happening in Iran and the US involvement as we see now Donald Trump launching economic warfare? They've seen military warfare.
Americans want to win. It's incumbent in advancing our American interests for the United States to win here. And so that's why we need to continue this campaign to its fruition. And I think it's incumbent on the Trump administration to explain to the American people why this is necessary, why short-term sacrifices will be important to ensuring longer-term stability and advancing American interests. And part of this economic warfare campaign, there needs to be a public messaging campaign in conjunction with that to educate the American public for them to understand what our objectives are, what we're trying to accomplish, and why all the tools that we're employing are necessary to achieve those ends.
Jason, as always, great to have you on. Thank you.
Thank you.
South Korea's defense minister has estimated that North Korea possesses between 80 and 120 nuclear warheads. This range is significantly higher than President Trump's recent assertion that it had 57 nuclear weapons. Meanwhile, North Korea fired 10 short-range ballistic missiles from its Pyongyang area into the sea just hours after Trump said he would meet Kim Jong-un later this year. We can now go to correspondent Patrick Falk, who does join us from Singapore. As always, Patrick, great to have you on the show. South Korea's defense minister today contradicted President Donald Trump's claims about North Korea's nuclear arsenal. What can you tell us about this?
Yeah, well, look, it's a pretty significant discrepancy. As you mentioned, President Trump had previously stated that North Korea had 57 nuclear weapons. South Korea's defense minister today, speaking to lawmakers in Seoul, said that the figure could be possibly twice as high as that, estimating between 80 to 120 nuclear warheads. So, as I say, a significant discrepancy. He has also cautioned, though, that those figures can't be independently verified. Either way, the message is clear. Seoul is trying to say to the US that perhaps it doesn't have quite as clear a picture as it thinks about the threat of the North Korean nuclear weaponry, and believes that President Trump needs to handle the situation sensitively, particularly at this time. So again, it is trying to signal that to Washington. We know that it's intended to signal, particularly when you bear in mind that Seoul typically does not disclose estimates publicly on North Korean nuclear stockpiles. And as we know, President Trump is apparently, as we understand, reconsidering recognizing nuclear's real-world, North Korea's real-world nuclear state, possibly also dropping demands for denuclearization. That would be a significant shift in U.S. policy. And Seoul is trying to say that it needs to think carefully and understand the dynamics here before any sort of shift of this kind.
And reports say South Korea is actually turning to China for support over Trump's plans to meet with Kim Jong-un. What does it want to achieve with this move?
Yeah, look, some interesting dynamics at play here. And notably, China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi was on his first visit to South Korea today, his first visit there in 5 years. Now, as we understand, President Trump is eyeing a revival of talks with the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. And what South Korea wants to avoid is these direct communications leaving Seoul on the sidelines of negotiations in all of this. So as far as we understand, one of the things that was discussed in talks between Wang Yi and his South Korean counterpart today was whether or not Beijing might be able to use its influence over North Korea to try and bring it back to the negotiation table with Seoul. It wasn't clear whether or not China indicated it had any role to play in this regard, but Wang is understood to have said that China wants to see peace between the two sides on the Korean Peninsula. And at the same time, you have to imagine that Beijing sees an opportunity here to grow its influence over South Korea and to try and mend its relations with Seoul, given developments between the US and South Korea in recent days.
And military drills between the two sides have actually been cut back from 11 days to 5. Experts say this indeed, Patrick, does carry risk. Tell us a little bit more.
Yeah, well, look, the immediate concern isn't necessarily that the US pulling out is meaning that South Korea isn't going to be able to defend itself properly, but rather what military experts have indicated, this really does have a big impact on combat readiness. And that's particularly important when you consider the evolving nature of North Korea's military. It is constantly changing in terms of its nuclear capabilities in particular. So that is of major concern. These are drills that have gone back years. They involve thousands of troops on either side. But look, it isn't the first time that we've been here either. In 2018, Trump similarly abruptly halted the drills. At the time, he was in the midst of negotiations with North Korea and didn't want to derail them. That, as we know, ultimately failed in trying to rein in North Korea's nuclear program. But, you know, the long-term impact isn't entirely clear. And as we know, there is another factor at play here, the US trying to signal to South Korea that its displeasure in what it sees as an apparent lack of support over its war with Iran.
And I think the big question here is, how has North Korea reacted to all of this?
Yeah, well, you mentioned just a moment ago that North Korea fired a series of ballistic missiles today on the penultimate day of the drills. We understand they are meant to be finishing tomorrow on Friday. So that is a pretty clear indication of what it thinks. North Korea's Kim Yo-jong has said that despite the fact that the drills are being pulled back, it still sees these drills as being provocative in nature. So it is still displeased that they have gone ahead. But at the same time, analysts have suggested that it is trying to keep the door open for potential dialogue. There hasn't been any indication on whether or not Kim is willing to accept any sort of meeting or talks with President Trump. But Kim Yo-jong did say that the North Korean leader expressed a good feeling towards President Trump, but that he also felt that he had good relations with the American leader as well.
Patrick Falk, every time we talk about this, I always remember Donald Trump calling the North Korean leader Little Rocket Man all the way back in his first term. But Patrick Falk, great to have you on. Thank you so much. We can now go to Derek Grossman, Professor of International Relations at the University of Southern California. Derek, as always, great to have you on. So I was just talking to Patrick there, but Trump's sudden decision to scale back military drills with South Korea is raising questions really about the reliability of US alliances in East Asia. So what does this latest move say about Trump's commitments to its allies in the particular region?
Well, it's great to be with you again. And I have to tell you that as I've been touring around South Asia and talking to many of the U.S.'s strategic partners in the region, it is very disconcerting to see that the President of the United States can very quickly, very hastily post on Truth Social something like this, that he wants to downgrade military exercises with a close treaty ally. And these are just partners in the region, right? These are not allies in South Asia. So when we turn to Northeast Asia, Japan, Australia, or Japan, South Korea, of course, that we're talking about, but then also in Southeast Asia, the Philippines and Thailand, and farther south, Australia. These are security allies who depend on the United States' commitment to defend them if they are ever attacked. And to decide again in a very hasty manner on social media that, it's not really ideal for us to do these exercises right now because North Korea might get offended by it. That does not instill any sort of trust that these allies have for the United States, let alone if you're a partner of the United States. In other words, you don't have a security treaty to fall back on. I mean, what type of faith in the U.S.'s commitment and durability to stay around in the region might you have after something like this? Very little, if any.
And Trump has called North Korea unthreatening and respectful, while also saying it has 57 nuclear weapons. Given North Korea's growing nuclear and missile capabilities, do you think his assessment is realistic?
Well, the number of 57 nuclear weapons or thereabout has been kind of floated around in the public space for a while. There's actually been a bunch of different ranges of potential nuclear warheads that North Korea possesses. I just saw earlier, before jumping on with you, that the South Koreans believe it could be as many as 120 nuclear warheads. Okay, so whatever the real number is, it's at least somewhere between 57 and 120. Even having one really is too many for a regime like North Korea that can threaten not only South Korea, but also Japan, and even the United States. I mean, I remember this pretty well. Back in 2017, 2018, the U.S. was very concerned about a couple of ballistic missile tests, intercontinental ballistic missile tests that North Korea had done. And there were big questions about whether North Korea could actually miniaturize a nuke, put it in the nose cone of a missile, and then fire that missile across the world and hit the United States and have it detonate in the United States. And for a while, analysts would say, no, that can't happen, right? But then right around 2018, analysts began to reassess and said, you know what? Actually, they can do that. So this is a major accomplishment that North Korea has made. And it's not just the nukes, but it's also the ability to deliver the nukes that they have, right? So now it's really difficult to deal with North Korea in terms of saying you want to denuclearize North Korea because they already have nuclear weapons. Why would they get rid of them? And we see how the situation with Iran is going. We tried to prevent Iran from getting nuclear weapons, and now it has encouraged them to build nuclear weapons so that they are not attacked or invaded in the future.
And as we have said, Trump wants to meet Kim Jong-un, but North Korea has been firing missiles towards the south. Do you think Pyongyang is trying to send a message to President Donald Trump saying, we'll negotiate from a position of strength?
Absolutely. I mean, I think that the relationship between the two leaders is not terrible, but it's certainly not good. And I think when Trump talks about the relationship publicly, he makes it sound like Kim Jong-un is his best friend. That's clearly not the case. And oh, by the way, there's something else that's happened since the last time they met. And this is when Trump crossed the demilitarized zone, went into North Korea and hung out with Kim for a couple of hours. And that was the third and final time they had met, right, during his first term. The other thing that is really the big thing that's happened since then is that North Korea now has a very powerful strategic partner in Russia that it can depend upon. It is not completely and utterly dependent upon China, as had been the case for decades prior. Now, Vladimir Putin in Russia, he needs North Korea. He needs their artillery. He needs their personnel. There's even reports that North Korea is sending missiles to the front. Okay, and what is North Korea getting in response to their efforts? They're getting help with their ballistic and cruise missile program, most likely. Also probably with their submarine launched ballistic missile program. and maybe even their nuclear program as well. And I've described this in the past publicly as being a strategic quid pro quo. And I think we're seeing that play out, and it strengthens Kim's hand tremendously as he continues to think about negotiating with Trump.
And Derek, how much pressure can China put on South Korea to distance itself from Washington? Because we're also seeing this element come into the fray.
Well, I think in South Korea's case, it's kind of interesting because the president there, President Lee, actually wants to have a better relationship with Kim Jong-un and with North Korea. And so that would, reasonably mean that there's got to be some level of engagement between the two sides. And perhaps the United States could open that door once again if there's a renewed round of symmetry between Trump and Kim. But the problem with this is that Trump is going way too far in the extreme. He's basically saying, I don't think we should be doing military exercises with South Korea because it poisons the pleasant environment that we want to have with North Korea to facilitate talks, right? And I think even President Lee and those around him believe that you got to have some military deterrent in order to negotiate in a stronger way with North Korea. If you completely lay down your weapons, if you start to redeploy U.S. troops off the peninsula, which Trump has also allegedly talked about, all right, if you try to save money with South Korea by having fewer facilities there and fewer forward deployments there, then yeah, you're going to weaken your hand militarily, and North Korea at the end of the day could take advantage, maybe likely would take advantage of such a situation. And so I think the president of the United States is moving way too fast on this and not really thinking through the second and third order effects.
But Derek, Trump also mentioned that South Korea has refused to join the U.S. efforts against Iran. He said that that was during a phone call. But what exactly was the U.S. president expecting them to do when it came to the Iran war?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really curious situation. I mean, to your point, what could President Trump reasonably expect South Korea to do in this situation? I mean, they have very little leverage, if any, over Iran. Okay. And it's the same with the European countries. It's the same with Japan. It's the same with most countries around the world. In fact, the only country or maybe countries that have some sort of leverage over Iran are China and Russia. Right. So therein lies the mystery of Trump's comment. And I think it's just born out of frustration with Iran. And, we've seen the president talk like this in the past. When Iran first closed the Strait of Hormuz, he said publicly, well, why doesn't NATO come help us? Why doesn't Japan or South Korea or even China, for that matter, deploy their warships to the Strait of Hormuz in a multinational fashion and we try to reopen the strait together? Well, the problem with that idea is that, first of all, the United States started the war, so other countries expect the United States to end it. But then secondly, if you treat your allies and partners like complete trash, for lack of a better way to put it, with reciprocal tariffs, with berating them publicly all the time, then how is it possible that you think they're going to show up for you when you need help, right? That's kind of the fallacy of Trump's foreign policy. And then China is obviously a strategic rival. So they don't really have any business helping the United States. In fact, they have plenty of business to see the United States fail in this effort so that they can benefit in the future, right? So I don't understand the president's comments any more than just out of pure frustration.
Derek Grossman, as always, great to have you on the show. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
An Australian woman who murdered 3 relatives by serving them a beef Wellington laced with poison mushrooms is appealing her conviction. Erin Patterson was sentenced to life in prison last year after being found guilty by a jury in Australia's state of Victoria. Adam Hancock is in Sydney and sent us this report.
Well, this is a case that has captured the attention of people not just here in Australia, but all around the world. It all centres on a lunch that took place in regional Victoria back in July 2023, when Erin Patterson murdered 3 relatives and attempted to murder a 4th by serving them beef Wellingtons which were laced with toxic mushrooms. 2 years after that lunch, Erin Patterson was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. She has always maintained her innocence, and over the last few days in Melbourne, her defence team have been appealing her conviction. Now, their main argument is that the case was compromised because members of the jury, when they were deliberating the verdict, they were actually staying in the same hotel as some of the prosecution, a key witness and some of the media. They've also criticised the behaviour of prosecutors, particularly when cross-examining Erin Patterson during the trial, and they were saying that there was evidence that was included that shouldn't have been, saying it was irrelevant, such as social media messages that Erin Patterson had sent, and saying there was further evidence that should have been included in the trial. Now, at the same time, the prosecution have also been putting forward their own appeal. They are pushing for a harsher sentence for Erin Patterson. She's currently facing life in prison, but is eligible for parole after 33 years. But they are saying that that is inadequate because of the, quote, truly dreadful crime that she has committed, and they are pushing for the removal of that parole. Now, the judges in Melbourne will go away and consider all of the arguments that they have heard over the last few days, and it could take weeks or even months before they deliver their verdict. So this case, which is one of the most notorious murder trials in Australian history, is set to rumble on a little longer. Adam Hancock, Arabiya English.
Now, Prince Harry and his wife Meghan are planning to return to the UK later this month, 6 years after they moved to the US. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex are reportedly going to live in a non-royal residence outside of London, and there are no plans for them to resume their roles as working royals. King Charles was told of the move on Sunday this week. For more on this, I'm happy to say I'm joined by correspondent and columnist Gemma White, and of course, friend of the show. Gemma, great to have you on. Gemma, why are they moving back to the UK now? And how much of a surprise was just this sudden decision?
I don't know about you, but my WhatsApp group chats have been lighting up today with so many theories, so many exchanges of information. It's been an absolutely joyous day for people who love a bit of gossip and a bit of British royalty as well. So this is one of those announcements that kind of is and isn't a surprise at the same time, because by now I think we should sort of be used to the Sussexes' spontaneous decision making, because the one which actually saw them leave the royal family so dramatically back in January 2020, that certainly hadn't been thought clearly through. It was very, off the cuff, very spontaneous. And of course, only last year, after losing his legal challenge, over his security in the UK, who was going to pay for it, a very visibly emotional Harry told the BBC, "I can't see a world in which I would bring my wife and children back to the UK at this point." So there is an array of reasons why they've decided to move back now. And I think not least because of the fact that in the start of September in the UK is the start of school. So they want to make sure the children are in school at the start of term. And Harry has said that he would prefer them to have a British education. So some of the reasons are, firstly, we have King Charles's health. We know that the King has been battling cancer. We also know he has been given the all clear. We also know that Harry met his father in July in a sort of a very quick meeting, but we don't know what went down in that meeting. We don't know what was discussed. It could have been personal details which changed Harry's mind when it came to, staying in the US. There could be money, they're said to be keeping their houses in Montecito and Portugal and then renting or buying in the UK, and their lives are very, very expensive. So, for example, with their mortgage, insurance, property tax, all of that, they're spending more than $650,000 a year on their Montecito home, and that's before taking into account their security. Also, remember, Harry lost his court case against the Daily Mail, and he, along with other celebrities, he owes them over £3.4 million. Perhaps they're tired of being, small fish in an ocean when they want to come back to the UK and be big fish in a small pond. The US is brimming with celebrities, so who are Harry and Meghan in the grand scheme of things? Harry does seem homesick, I'm not sure he's ever really settled in the US, and perhaps he wants his elevated status back, not just for himself, but also for his children.
Yeah, there's so many reasons, as you outlined there. But I think when Harry met his father back in July, they were sworn to secrecy, weren't they? The royals didn't want them to sell the stories because Harry and Meghan have done that time and time again. Obviously, Oprah, the book Spare, there's so much water under the bridge. But you mentioned security there, and that was one of the biggest reasons Harry did want to leave the UK. So what do you think's changed now so dramatically? Do we have any idea?
Nothing seems to have changed with regards to his security. So in the US, they were paying a private security team to look after them. And that was to the tune of about $9,000 a day. So that amounts to $3.3 million a year on security. Now, regarding their move back to the UK, we can assume this arrangement will continue because even the British Prime Minister Andy Burnham has weighed in. And he said security arrangements are a private matter for Harry and for Meghan. Now, royal security in the UK is decided by a special committee. They're called RAVEC, and that's an independent body overseen by the Home Office, so the Prime Minister would have no say in that either. So, but personally, I've always said I think King Charles should be footing their security bill, you know, for his son, his daughter-in-law, and for his grandchildren. He has the money. I thought it was quite a petty move when his security money was taken away. Obviously, the UK taxpayer shouldn't be paying for it because he's no longer a working royal, but I think it should have stayed a family matter.
And you know what? I've been having a look at all the comments and all the social media on this, of course, because I'm sure you have too. And a lot of the British public are saying we are not paying for Harry and Meghan's security. They seem pretty anti that move. But let's also talk. Harry has spent years, and we know this, you mentioned it, taking British newspapers to court. Has his relationship with the British media really changed, or is this another confrontation that we'll see again in the future? Because remember, privacy was one of the other huge reasons they wanted to go to the US.
And Meghan actually did an interview and she said that one of her biggest fears about staying in the UK was that paparazzi would be taking photos of her and her children on the school run. And that is, she said that was a major factor in leaving. Now, I have to wonder if Harry, because if you remember when Princess Diana died, the royals their advisors sat down with the British press and it was decided unanimously that the British press would not carry any photos of William or Harry until they reached the age of 18. They would be left to go to school. They would be completely left alone. And that the UK media completely stuck to that. And I have to wonder if Harry is going to perhaps ask his advisors to try and strike another deal with the British press to leave, Archie and Lilibet alone. They are little children, you know. It would be very scary for them to have paparazzi swarming their cars, cameras in their faces. You have to wonder if perhaps another deal might be brokered like that. However, on this occasion, Harry doesn't have the heft or the might of the British royal family behind him in order to broker a deal like that.
Yeah, I guess critics would say Meghan's been putting the kids on social media and using them on her platform, so it's a difficult argument to justify. But could Harry and Meghan's return actually heal the rift in the royal family? Or do you think the divide between the brothers Harry and William is now just far too deep for any sort of repair? And I think a lot of that comes down to the book Spare that Harry wrote.
Absolutely. Now, I think it'll be much easier. We've seen, Harry's met with King Charles a couple of times now. We've seen they saw each other this summer. So I think that rift is being healed in their own way. But when it comes to his brother William, I think this is a never, never situation. William is not a forgiving person. And what he saw was Harry airing the family's dirty laundry in public. And remember, the British royal family's motto, never complain, never explain. And Harry did both. He publicly complained and he, gave insights into things that William would have liked to have kept private. For example, Harry said his brother had physically assaulted him. He said he criticised Meghan. He called her rude and abrasive. He said that during the royal summit, when Harry and Meghan decided to leave, that William yelled at him. Obviously, yes, as you mentioned, there are so many revelations in Spare. There was the Oprah interview. There was the Netflix docuseries. Harry has said his piece completely, and William has not said a word publicly. So William also, over the years, I've heard that he is quite prone to temper tantrums. which Kate has to sort of deal with. And he's not really the forgiving type. So I really can't see, the brothers coming together again.
Which I always think is sad because, when we remember Princess Diana, of course, she would have never wanted this for her boys, I can imagine. But I think the big question also, Gemma, is where are they going to live, do you think?
So this is the big debate. Now, most sources are agreed they're not going to live in London, and it's not going to be a royal residence. I mean, that would open a can of worms about, taxpayer money and all of that kind of thing again. So the places that are being floated are the Cotswolds, which is a stunning area of Britain, and the Northampton area. Now, this is close to the Spencer family estate, Althorpe, and that's rumoured to be where the family might settle. Now, we saw on Instagram the family visited Althorpe this summer, particularly to visit Princess Diana's grave there, and the estate is vast. I mean, the grounds are stunning. So that would be like an incredible place for the young prince and princess, Lilibet and Archie, to run around in complete privacy. And also Harry has stayed close to his uncle Earl Spencer, who himself has had quite an up and down relationship with the royals over the years. Interestingly as well, the Cotswolds is where King Charles's favourite home, Highgrove, is. So he spends a lot of time there. So again, that could be a place where him and Harry meet to start repairing their relationship.
And another question, if we can, Gemma. I've just been having a little bit look at the US media and what they've been saying in the headlines about this, especially their tabloid papers. And it says US media have been reacting to Harry and Meghan's plans to return to Britain, with one publication declaring our long national nightmare is over. So the US, in some respects, is celebrating this. But do you think the UK are going to have open arms when Harry and Meghan come back?
I think Harry, there's so much goodwill for him. It's even I think there's a lot of goodwill for Meghan. I think the bitterness and hatred directed towards them was a small but influential and loud voiced section of the media. Let's put it that way. And it's the same with the US. It was Trump was talking about them since the start. So obviously you've got the Trump supporting media who are going to be saying things like this. I'm going to be honest with you. Most people are focused on their own lives and things like, cost of living and things like that, to kind of be worried about what Harry and Meghan are going to do. And who knows what they'll do next? They moved around, didn't they? They left the UK, they went to Canada, they went to the US, now they're back in the UK. But I just want to say, I think this move is incredibly savvy and well-timed by Harry and Meghan. I think it's brilliant because, as we know, Charles had started to slim down the monarchy when he became king. And when William becomes king, he's made it clear that he intends to do this even further. And Harry knows this. So we've already seen the York princesses, edged out. Edward and Sophie's children aren't taking royal titles. They're not expected to become working royals. So the royal family of William on the throne will basically be just the Wales family, him and his children. But Harry's come back to establish himself in the UK while King Charles is still on the throne. And in doing so, he cements his position while Charles is still alive. So it'll be very difficult for when William becomes king to completely cut Harry off. So I think if he tried to do that, William, there would be a lot more pushback and a lot more protest in the UK. So also Harry's going to want to shore up Archie and Lilibet's positions, in the country where royalty is still held in very high regard. I think it's the smartest move they could have made.
Gemma White, I'm actually really interested to see how this whole story unfolds and the twists and turns. I know, because I feel like when Brexit happened, we couldn't have imagined what followed that, and now this move. So we're going to have to watch super closely. Gemma White, thank you so much.
Thank you.
A reminder of our top stories. Trump warns of crushing and unprecedented economic measures on Iran and any other country that helps it. South Korea accuses North Korea of firing 10 ballistic missiles into the sea as Trump reportedly seeks a summit with Kim Jong-un. And Prince Harry and Meghan are set to move back to the UK later this month, 6 years after they moved to the US. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with a W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
hashtags following the stories shaping today's conversations.
Collaborative efforts like that,
online and beyond,
that we've been able to have far greater impact.
We will not have clearly a progress without having a plan.
Behind every international headline is a much bigger story.
I love it. I see great comments.
And that is the story we bring you.
This war ceased to be a just war.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, we bring you the stories that matter most.
The blame is almost universal. Population displacement, starvation.
There are multiple sides to every story, but only one place for the debate.
This is the first time we've seen anything this comprehensive. It's historic and epic.
We follow the money, the markets, and the momentum.
It's about how all of that comes together to deliver an outstanding product.
Driving Saudi Arabia forward.
Love the country, love the people, love the projects that we're embarking on.
The ultimate global stage.
Lebanon should not be attacked.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes.
Where the architects of power, economics, and politics
stop the war in Ukraine.
Break their silence.
Al Arabiya English, trusted by leaders, watched by the world.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Heat waves in the UK, wildfires blazing across Europe and devastating floods sweeping parts of Asia. In a world already ablaze with a record number of global conflicts, is climate change heating up geopolitical tensions? We'll debate if and how the world balances a sustainable future with a peaceful one. That debate is coming up on Counterpoints. Stay with us.
Now, the Esports World Cup is now well underway in Paris in what is its first edition to be held outside of Saudi Arabia. Well, running until the 23rd of August, this 7-week-long event brings together more than 2,000 players, 200 clubs and competitors from more than 100 different countries. And they're all going to be battling it out for the record prize pool of more than $75 million US. So how has the move from Riyadh to Paris gone so far? What has it taken to deliver an event on this scale? And what are the World Cup's longer-term global ambitions? Well, to answer that question and more, we're joined by Mike McCabe, who is the Chief Operations Officer of the Esports Foundation. He's in Paris. Mike, great to have you with us. Just tell us, how's it going?
It's going wonderfully well at the moment. We're well on our way to closing out the second week of the competition. And it's been an amazing 2 weeks so far, and we've got another great 5 weeks to come.
Okay. I mean, what's the profile of the people that are there? I mean, I teased it in the introduction. I mean, it seems like people have come from right across the globe.
Yes, here in Paris, there's a huge heritage of esports in France, and especially here in Paris. We have three of the biggest French clubs based right here. And so they bring incredible fandom. But in addition to that, we've got fans from all over the world. We have super fans representing clubs from Brazil and China. And of course, we have a huge number of Saudi fans who've made it here to support on Falcons and Twisted Minds.
And I believe this is the very first edition of the Esports World Cup to be held outside of the Kingdom. I mean, it's amazing because it sounds to me like it's got all the makings of a very successful Saudi-grown export. I mean, can you take it to other countries as well in the future, do you think?
Absolutely. The intention of the EWC was always that it was going to be a global esports event and a global esports IP developed in Riyadh, but ultimately with a global audience. So naturally, it makes sense for it to rotate to other parts of the world. This was an accelerated version of that based on the disruptions that we'd experienced across the Middle East from a travel perspective over the course of the last few months. But with very little notice, we've been able to really deliver a world-class event here.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't have much time to sort of turn this event around and transport the whole event from Saudi to France. I mean, what were the logistics like?
It was challenging. We had 8 weeks, really, from the decision to the opening ceremony. So it's unprecedented in global sport to be able to move an event of this magnitude. But it's really just a testament, not just to the incredible agility of the teams that we work with, but the support that we had from the government in the Kingdom, but also the government and the support here from the French side as well, in really helping build those pathways and accelerate the operation and the move that we had here. There were some key areas that were particularly a focus for us, like visas for players. You mentioned over 2,500 players from 100 different countries, and being able to manage the visa logistics across all of those players from 7 weeks was definitely a challenge. Never mind the fact that we have to secure thousands of hotel rooms in a very busy Paris in the middle of summer, which is their peak tourist season as well. So lots of headaches, but it's all come together, and we're enjoying an incredible festival of gaming at the moment.
Goodness me, sounds like the sort of thing that would give quite a lot of people a few sleepless nights organising all of that. Tell us about the viewership. What's it like, and how does it compare to previous years?
So still very early days from a viewership perspective, but the early indications are really, really strong. We see a lot of our viewership really coming from the broad worldwide markets, but really strong performance so far out of Asia, but also here within Europe and of course in the Middle East as well. So early indicators are really, really strong, and it's really one of our goals. Each year we try to expand a little bit further into the mainstream gaming audience, and the investments that we're making in properties like a docuseries Level Up that's on Prime, and other investments that we're making there are helping us reach a new audience and really introduce them to this wonderful world of esports.
What are the games, the top games that are attracting the most interest from the clubs, from the viewers? And what are the games that are on the horizon that you're personally most excited about?
So we're in the midst of the second week at the moment, which League of Legends is the banner IP for this second week. And so it really brings an incredibly passionate audience, and you may be able to hear it through the glass of my office here. The teams here are having an amazing afternoon. So we've got those games that have been established for a number of years now. There's a lot of emerging games as well, which we're always watching, and we have a balance within the tournament where we have games which are played on PC or console, but we also have mobile games as well that are much more accessible and have much more resonance in growth markets like Latin America or Southeast Asia. So we really want to be truly representative across global gaming markets.
I mean, computer games have moved on immeasurably from when I was a child, and the graphics were pretty basic, I think it's fair to say. They were in colour, I'll add. But, I mean, nowadays there's virtual reality, there's augmented reality. How are you seeing those sorts of things sort of change the dynamics of gaming?
So there's been VR and AR, definitely explorations in those areas. What they haven't achieved yet is scale. And so scale brings accessibility. And So they're on the horizon, but not necessarily in the mainstream yet. What you see is technologies like AR that are being used in broadcast increasingly to create a more engaging experience for a broadcast viewer, rather than necessarily on the field of play at the moment.
Okay, and what about AI? I mean, people probably ask you this all the time, but does AI have much of an impact on gaming?
It does. It's had a huge impact, and a lot of positive options it's given us, from whether it be from a content creation standpoint, code creation, the ability to create dynamic virtual worlds in a much faster way is incredible. It's helped improve the pace of development. But even for us running an event here, it gives us a huge amount of opportunity to create stats on the fly of what's just happened in a match, or to clip content and be more intelligent in the way that we're capturing content, and to be able to distribute that much more broadly. So it's really unleashed a whole host of opportunities for us, not just from a game creation, but in a tournament operation and from a content creation standpoint as well.
Okay, you've listed the good points. What are the cons?
From our perspective, we're not seeing cons. From an AI perspective, it gives us opportunities to do things more quickly. So from our perspective, it's not there are not negatives in our realm. Okay.
Obviously, sponsorship, partnerships, advertising, big part of what you're doing. Any shifts you've seen this time around with regards to the sort of level of participation from those partners?
So obviously our late move from operating in Saudi to here in Paris opened up some new opportunities for us with different partners and different sponsors. What we've seen over the course of the last 6 months is actually an openness from traditional blue chip brands who really focused on traditional sports, and now are actually seeing esports as a great way, a great pathway to access a younger generation. So we've seen new sponsors like Allianz, an Olympic partner, actually opening up and investing in EWC. We've got other global brands like Sony, Lenovo, Hilton, who have traditionally focused their efforts in the traditional, or what had been perceived as a traditional world of sport, and now seeing esports as an important part of their sponsorship portfolio. So we've had a really strong year, and we obviously have great support from our sponsors, but we've also seen really strong movement when it comes to ticketing for this event, as well as incredible merchandise and all of the other ancillary elements of revenue that we see from major global events like EWC.
Clearly, Saudi Arabia really prominent on the map when it comes to esports and gaming. How do you see that evolving?
I think it's a testament to the average age of the population. We have a very young population in the kingdom, and there's a high propensity to play games and to enjoy the content that we're working with. So I think we've got a really, really strong foundation through events like ours, which are homegrown but global events. And then we also have a whole host of other investments that the kingdom's made as part of their national gaming and esports strategy, whether it be in relation of development or other pillars of the gaming ecosystem. So I think from that really strong foundation, we'll continue to grow. We'll build a broader talent base in the kingdom that's associated with all the facets of gaming.
Okay, and just to wrap up this conversation, I mean, we've already established that esports, the Esports World Cup, can successfully become a sort of international traveling event. Tell us about where you think future World Cups are going to be held.
Not sure about future World Cups, but in addition to the Esports World Cup, we have the Esports Nations Cup. Our inaugural event will be in November this year. And that's an event that we've already committed will rotate out of Saudi Arabia as soon as 2028. So we will have, ideally, ENC and EWC as global properties that will be moving around the world to a variety of host cities.
OK, and of course, the whole point of having this event at this time of year was because it was supposed to give people something to look forward to during the very hot summer months. I'm assuming it's pretty hot where you are.
Yes, we brought a little bit of I would say Jeddah weather over here at the moment. We've got a bit of humidity to go with the heat. So, yes, it's a little bit home from home, but it's exciting. Everybody's really getting into it. And so we're excited to continue the next few weeks, but we're also excited to bring the event home as well, back to its home city of Riyadh.
Well, it sounds like everyone there in Paris is very much in the spirit of it, and someone's brought the weather with them. We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed, Mike McCabe, Chief Operations Officer at the Esports Foundation. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
The first democracy in the world, the descendants of Alexander the Great, an isolated village. And a God who speaks through a spiritual medium. The secrets of Malana, a veil lifted from the depths of a mysterious world. The village of Malana, nestled in the enchanting Himalayas, sits at a high altitude of about 2,652 meters above sea level in India's Himachal Pradesh state, surrounded by breathtaking beauty. To reach this hidden sanctuary, travelers must endure a long, winding journey, about 21 kilometers from the nearest city, Kullu, climbing steep trails and rugged paths that seem to go on endlessly before finally reaching the village. Tourists endure great hardship to reach this village due to its remote location, which modern transport cannot access.
The only challenge which I felt was like trekking to Malana village from the parking, which is quite a lot. For me, it was around, it took me around an hour to reach over here.
In this distant valley, there lies a rich history that stretches back thousands of years, a way of life deeply bound by its own unique traditions and laws. The beliefs of the Malanese, which often conflict with their economic needs, mean that although they strictly forbid physical contact with outsiders, they are nonetheless forced to rely mainly on tourism, a blessing, yet also a curse for them.
As the head of the village, my job is to take care of all the work here such as leveling roads and installing solar light. It is my duty to place trash bins in different parts of the village and to raise awareness among tourists to use them instead of throwing garbage anywhere. I use the money that the government provides for this work.
Jamlingirishi, regarded as one of the great sages in Hindu mythology, is said to have intervened through his divine oracle, commanding that all guest houses surrounding Malana be closed. According to the legend, his decree allowed the village to welcome visitors only during daylight hours, when the god's blessing was present. This remote village attracts around 12,000 visitors each year.
Tourists can't come and stay over here. It's very hard to find a place over here. Usually tourists come, visit, stay here for like a couple of hours and they go back to their own hotels.
It is well known for its beautiful wooden houses, built in the unique Kafkuni architectural style, which were tragically destroyed in a massive fire back in January 2008. From those ashes, a new Malana emerged, resilient and hopeful. The march of modernity became increasingly evident, with cell towers, electricity and television sets appearing everywhere. Throughout Himachal Pradesh, people will tell you that the residents of this ancient village, known for their deeply rooted customs, avoid even the lightest physical contact with outsiders. They remain cautious and distant, especially when it comes to any direct touch. The children of the village do not hesitate to hug or shake hands. But most of the people here still firmly uphold the rule of no physical contact with foreigners.
What surprised me over here is that you can't touch their holy places, you can't touch the local people over here. And if you're not walking on the path which is already made to walk, they'll literally tell you to move away from that. You can't come closer to their houses as well. You have to pay huge amount as fine or something like that.
सुनो यहाँ मना है कि ऐसा नहीं है किसी जगह में हम भी नहीं जा सकता है आप भी नहीं जा सकता है.
Touching is forbidden here. This rule, you see, is not only for outsiders. We too have our own rules that forbid touching others. Even the gods have their rules. That is how it is. Everyone can be punished for touching, even the locals. The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely related to ritual and traditional religion.
The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely tied to their rituals and traditional faiths, deeply rooted in their culture. The people of Malana speak a sacred tongue known as Kanashi, a language never taught to outsiders, whispered only within the village itself. Nowhere else on earth can this language be heard.
The good tongues once spoken here are gone. Now we speak only Dano, the demon's tongue.
This rare language, Kanashi, belongs to the great Sino-Tibetan family. Yet, in the neighbouring villages, people speak completely different Indian languages, none of which share any real connection with Kanashi. The current state of the Kanashi language, unfortunately, puts it at an inevitable risk of extinction. It is unwritten, and it has not been scientifically documented at all. The people of Malana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-coloured. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal Many stories and legends surround this mountain village. One ancient tale tells how soldiers from Alexander the Great's army sought refuge here in 326 BC, wounded after fierce battles with King Porus, ruler of what is now Punjab in India. Their memory still lingers in the myths of Malana. It is said that these soldiers were the ancestors of today's Malana people, warriors who, after fierce battles long ago, chose these mountains as their final refuge. Artifacts found in the village seem to echo that legend. Yet, there is no study which confirms a link to Alexander's army, and many locals simply call it an old tale.
ये जो है जो सिकंदर का जो फौज था ना वहाँ का कोई It is not true that a man came here. It isn't true that a man named Alexander came here. We are, and have always been, the sons of Jamadagni, Rishi, nothing else.
All that is a lie. There is no lineage of Alexander here. We come from Balkan, Rangri, Lugai, and Shela, and Kulu has its lineage too. It makes no sense for there to be a link to Alexander. In fact, Alexander's descendants also came, but none of them remained as we wiped them out.
The village of Malana is renowned for its judicial and democratic system, marked by its unique and ancient traditions. The members of the village council, 11 in total, gather in the main square and are known as the Jamda. The council members listen patiently to every case brought before them. Disputes are discussed, voices are heard, and the village reaches its verdict by a vote of the majority, an enduring example of the living spirit of democracy that has guided Malana for centuries. This scene reflects the village's adherence to its own laws and its independence from India's formal judicial system. Malana is famous for cultivating a type of cannabis that bears its name, Malana cream, one of the region's main sources of income. Yet this crop brings not only legal challenges but also social consequences. Children and young boys, sadly, have become involved in supplying and selling drugs in Malana.
थोड़ा सुधरेंगे यहाँ पे थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम थी नशे मतलब ऐसे
Families that live here believe that people fall into drug addiction at a young age. The village is very small, so education is poor. And only a few of the villagers can read or write. Still, we live a simple life by farming the land, welcoming travelers, sharing stories by the fire, laughing together and finding happiness in the quiet rhythm of our days. Guest houses can be opened, but not inside Malana. I studied until the 10th grade, yet family troubles forced me to stop. According to our culture, we no longer take outside jobs. We follow Rishi's path, growing vegetables, tending apple trees, gathering herbs from the forest. This work is inherited from our ancestors. This is the rhythm of our lives. It keeps us close to our land, to our mountain, and to the silence that protects us, and collecting herbs from the forest. This is how we earn our living.
Here, women work more, and men work less. Women do many tasks like collecting honey and going to the forest to gather herbs.
people are quite friendly over here. And there's some different culture also over here. What I heard about the culture and everything, that they have their own code, they have their own law. They don't follow what you call Indian constitution. So this place is completely different compared to all over India, kind of, you can say that. Their Pradhan take all the decisions if there's any fight or anything in between the locals or something among themselves. There's only one person who takes all the decision for them.
The unique democratic system practiced in Malana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of 2 councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully. Final authority always rests with the upper house, which includes 3 respected figures, one serving as the voice of the local deity. The village's oral tradition tells of a sacred figure named Jamadan Girishi. He lived in this mountain village centuries ago, known for his wisdom and deep contemplation. He is believed to have helped establish the laws and customs that the people of Malana have followed through the ages.
ऋषि आया ना इधर, जमदग्नि ऋषि आ गया तो इस करके इधर तपस्या की है इन्होंने। दानु का राज था, हाँ दानु ने हार माना।
When the Rishi Jamadagni came here and meditated in this place, Danu ruled this region. Danu agreed to hand the village over to Jamadagni. In Hindi, we call him Jamadagni. We call him Jamlu. 2 brothers first came and ruled here. After that, their number grew to 100 people. And now, there are many.
बात और भी आते 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 तब इधर पूरा गाँव बस गया। यहाँ का कल्चर अलग ही है।
The story of Jamdan Girishi forms an inseparable part of Malana's rich cultural heritage. New generations are constantly reminded of the importance of wisdom and a deep reverence for history and tradition. This divine figure truly symbolizes a guiding spirit within Malana's unique system of governance. This political framework, indeed, has raised many questions among researchers and visitors alike, who often struggle to understand how such an advanced form of governance can exist in this remote, yet peculiar village.
Jandamji Rishi, he worshipped Shivji for a long time, and Shivji came and gave Vardhan to Rishiji to stay here or something like that. It was there. That drew my attention. And if you can see, there's behind there's a railing which ground is there. So they said that Rishiji used to worship over here. Over here only Shivji gave him darshan and gave him the Vardhan to stay over here and all that. There's some festival today for which I came. So let's see festival, how does it goes. It should start in the evening and it will go on for the next 2-3 days. They dance and all that, and they do prayers and all that.
The young women adorn themselves with bright clothes and jewellery as they prepare for Phagli, the joyful festival celebrated across Himachal Pradesh. It marks the end of winter's chill and the warm, colourful arrival of spring. It is an important and colourful celebration of music and traditional dance that unites the community.
This celebration is held at the end of winter and the beginning of summer. Now we can plant the seeds in the fields. We will start by planting potatoes, kidney beans and other things.
Girls will come from all the villages wearing their best dresses. And there will be dances in many places, and everyone will visit each other's homes to eat together. Aaj ladki mela hai. It is our tradition to celebrate after the snowfall that lasts for 6 months. The snow isolates our village completely, as there is no way out during the winter. When the spring arrives, the place becomes filled with joy. Everyone sings, the snow has melted, and people dance through the night and into the morning. This is the reason for our happiness. I guess the village has to take care of the things. There are lots of garbage on the entrance of the village, and there are lots of stuff is scattered over here and there. So I guess it can get much better. They can clean it properly.
नहीं हमसे तो कोई परेशानी नहीं है फिर भी है जरूर पर we have no problem with tourists. The only problem we face with them is that when they come here they throw litter on the road like chocolate wrappers, biscuits and empty bottles.
This enchanting village has absorbed the essence of the Himalayas that surround it, its roots intertwined with the ancient heritage of its people. Despite warnings against foreigners and the strict rule of no physical contact, the village radiates warmth. It remains a mysterious haven for many adventure seekers. Yet one wonders, could the villagers' joy in welcoming tourists ultimately become the very cause of their village's ruin?
बस यहाँ पे फ्यूचर यही है, आप फ्यूचर तो अब पहाड़ ही है ये फ्यूचर सब
These mountains are our future because in the days to come they will remain beautiful. The world below us is not so good. Tourism is not welcomed here. What can we do? We are the sons of the wise, and it is our duty to carry on the work of the sages.
बस अपना खाते जीते बस यही है.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Bali, home to some of the warmest, most welcoming people in the world, Bali. Travel the city and you're sure to be greeted with friendly smiles and accommodating locals. The people of Bali are known for being patriotic, and they would go out of their way to make tourists feel comfortable and make sure that they get to see the best of the city. For one, Bali is known for its rich culture and heritage. For the Balinese, religion is integral. There are in fact over 20,000 temples on the island dedicated especially for spirituality and community. The city is also alive with festivals and ceremonies characterized by traditional Balinese dance, music, drama, and local cuisine that every tourist would definitely want to be a part of. Bali is also known for its breathtaking natural resources. You should see its picturesque rice terraces, soaring volcanoes, pristine crater lakes, sacred caves, and lush tropical forests. Many visit Bali for its tropical beaches, while its dramatic coastline never fails to impress. Waterfalls are also popular in Bali, as the city has a lot to explore. Visitors also like to try whitewater rafting in Bali, try the high ropes courses, or visit the Kintamani volcano. Kuta is a mecca for surfers and backpackers looking for lively nightlife and great waves. The botanical garden is also said to be one of the best in the world. Bali is also great for shopping. Popular marketplaces are found in Kuta, Ubud, and Sukawati. You're sure to find endless rows of stores selling a variety of knickknacks. For more unique finds, you should visit Seminyak. Seminyak is Bali's answer to the hipster movement, where eclectic bars, cool cafes, and chic international boutiques fill the streets. Food in Bali is just as amazing. Almost every warung or local eat shops offer the best local dishes, from satay ayam to soto ayam to nasi goreng. It's where you get to eat delicious meals for very affordable prices. But there are also fine dining restaurants in Bali that will serve all kinds of food. The city, after all, takes on many influences from all over the world. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. As its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals, that influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally, with the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991. Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet, at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in Syria as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Heat waves in the UK, wildfires blazing across Europe and devastating floods sweeping parts of Asia. In a world already ablaze with a record number of global conflicts, is climate change heating up geopolitical tensions? We'll debate if and how the world balances a sustainable future with a peaceful one. I'm Melinda Nucifora. You're watching Counterpoints. This summer has been marred by record high global temperatures. July 2026 was the hottest single month in 132 years, fueled by persistent European heat waves. In the same month, the world's oceans hit record high temperatures as well. And the costs aren't purely environmental. It's not only about wildfires and rising sea levels and hurricanes. The UN warns a changing climate also means a changing world order.
It's time to stop treating each disaster as an isolated tragedy and recognize the systemic risk that is unfolding before our eyes. And make no mistake, the costs of fossil fuels are measured not only in climate disasters, but also in energy insecurity and geopolitical instability, as we see playing out today in the Middle East and beyond.
A race for a sustainable future means greater competition for the rare earth minerals needed to drive it. It means competing demands for supply chains and technology, and greater rivalry often means less climate collaboration. So coming up, we'll debate: is green demand fueling a new geopolitical rivalry? Is a new form of energy colonisation emerging in the race for rare earths? And will climate change affect the world order? Joining the debate is Greg Swenson, Chairman of Republicans Overseas UK, and Li Jingjing, Chinese journalist and political commentator. To both of you, thanks for being with us on Counterpoints. The world's two largest emitters are also the world's two largest economies, and they happen to be locked in a bit of a trade battle and a pseudo-power struggle, the US and China. They are, of course, not alone when it comes to a race for new green technologies, but they are certainly the two that make the biggest headlines, particularly when it comes to access to things like rare earth minerals, the drivers behind this sustainable tech. So, Jingjing, let's start with you. Is green demand fueling new geopolitical rivalries?
Well, thank you for having me on this show. Well, first of all, I would like to say this conversation, this debate on climate change is taking place at a critical time. First, because in the past few months, we saw extreme weather sweeping through the whole world, from Europe to India to China to North America, heat waves and tornadoes made unprecedented landfall into Chinese provinces inland that just happened a month ago. So across the world, especially developing countries, are witnessing this impact of climate change. And second, I'm saying this conversation taking place at a critical time is because in less than 2 weeks' time, you will hear a lot of voices, opinions being raised by developing countries or global south countries. Because from August 31st to September 1st, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization will take place in Kyrgyzstan. And China and India are both members of this Eurasian Regional Cooperation Platform. And in mid-September, BRICS will take place in New Delhi in India. Also, China and India are members to these regional cooperation platforms. And for example, in SCO, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, Saudi Arabia is also a dialogue partner. And together it has 27 members. Most of them are global south countries. Most of them are in Central Asia. And I want to say why this is important, because global south countries, and especially Central Asian countries, are most climate vulnerable. They contribute very little to the greenhouse gas emissions in the past few hundred years, but now they are suffering the most severe consequences. Temperature rise twice as fast in Central Asian countries compared to the global average. So I don't think the China and India in a competition in climate change, but rather global south countries, development countries are cooperating through organizations like SCO, like BRICS, because for the first time in history, developing countries through these regional cooperation platforms are able to amplify their voices and defend their legitimate interests at the world stage.
Okay, Greg, it's an interesting point. Do you think these smaller regional cooperative platforms are giving a voice to some smaller countries that are feeling the brunt of the climate crisis? So it's not fueling geopolitical rivalries, it's solving the rivalries. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I'm not sure that it will have that much of an impact, but yeah, if they want to have some cooperation in the global south and try to, voice their issues, that's great. The problem is in Africa, for example, there's still 500 million people that don't have electricity. And so this kind of virtue signaling from the left about the existential crisis of climate change, which kind of peaked in 2021, 22, backing off quite a bit, which is refreshing. But, the best thing we could do for the global south is to develop more natural gas-fired power plants so we can deliver electricity to the people that need it most. So look, if you were going to need rare earth minerals for not just for green energy, it's also for chips and artificial intelligence and defense and security. Even agriculture needs critical minerals like phosphates. So that's not going to change with the ups and downs of the climate movement or the net zero movement. That's going to continue whether or not we have to, provide battery storage for wind and solar or whatever the newest alternative energy is. So that demand is there. It's going to continue regardless of the green energy virtue signaling.
Is it virtue signaling, Jingjing, do you think? This idea that, these smaller regional groupings can help the global south, are they really?
Well, I'm glad the guest mentioned the struggles that African countries are facing. African countries are also part of the global south families. And as China's leaders mentioned, we are seeing changes that are unseen in a century. And what are the changes? And if we take a look at the world, regional cooperation platforms are in high demands. Countries are enthusiastically joining these regional blocs to look for regional cooperations to maintain stability. And another reason many countries are joining organizations like this is because they are frustrated by the traditional organizations. For example, the so-called rule-based order led by Western countries. But in this traditional rule-based order, normally smaller countries, less developed countries' demands are not being met. Rather, the rules are being set require them to follow. But for the first time in history, smaller countries, developing countries, through these regional cooperations, are able to defend their legitimate rights. And whether this regional cooperation are bringing tangible benefits to the countries, I can take. There are many corporations, but I can take SCO because it will happen very soon, the SCO as example. Because under these regional organizations, actually concrete support, critical support are bringing to the countries joining this. For example, the SCO provides a multilateral regional platform, holds regular meetings for environmental ministers, and set up working groups on climate change. Member states coordinates cross-border issues such as water allocation, glacier protection, sandstorm prevention, and also through this platform, this SCO also facilitates practical technology transfer and demonstration projects. It shares proven experience in desert control.
But Jingjing, what does any of that really have an impact if you have the US and China competing against each other for rare earth minerals? I mean, you can discuss it with environmental ministers from smaller countries, but if you've got the two biggest polluters and the two biggest economies going head-to-head over green technology, isn't the rest a moot point?
I think you at one point you keep mentioning China and India are the two biggest polluters.
And the US, for China and the US.
China and the US.
Yeah. But the thing is, that's what countries are trying to solve through these platforms. I can give you the example of China's renewable energy transition. For example, just in the past year, and the data is according to International Energy Agency's Global Energy Review in 2026. Just in 2025, the world added roughly 800 gigawatts of new renewable capacity. And China alone added nearly 500 gigawatts, more than 60% of the entire global total.
It is also opening new coal-fired power stations, though. I'm just going to...
Yeah, beat me to it, Melinda.
Yeah, OK. Well, I'll just pause you, Jingjing, to let Greg have a chance to come in there. Jump in, Greg.
Well, yeah, it's interesting that China is building alternative energy. You know, that's great if they want to have a wider distribution of energy sources, but they are building a lot of coal-fired plants as well. Now, look, the U.S. has actually returned to clean coal, after abandoning coal by most measures during the Obama years and the Biden years. We're bringing back on some very clean coal-fired plants, and so
a lot of environmental scientists would say there is no such thing as clean coal, but
sure, cleaner, I guess, but I do think that, look, if there is going to be competition, the fact that we in the U.S. are dependent on China for critical minerals is something that is not sustainable. So yeah, there's some, I'll call it green energy competition, but it's also, as I mentioned, for chips and defense and agriculture. And I think that we learned the hard way after outsourcing to China for the last 30 years that we need to have independence and self-reliance. And so, yeah, I think the climate movement can push some of that demand around, but more importantly, it's for other sectors that are dependent on critical minerals. We don't have the restrictions. I should argue, in the U.S., we actually have restrictions on how we mine, how we process rare earths and other critical minerals. The Chinese don't have to worry about that. They could just, do it in the most economically efficient way without worrying about environmental hazards, without worrying about labor standards that we have in the U.S. So it makes it more competitive for the Chinese to deliver rare earths and other critical minerals, but we can't ignore the fact that we are dependent on them, and that's going to change. We'll do it in a very clean and environmentally friendly way.
Greg, let me ask you, that competition with China regarding rare earths, I mean, even when you look at the AI race, it is that ever-increasing need for power for data centres, for example.
Yeah.
Is it exacerbating existing tensions between the US and China? Is this rush for rare earths for sustainable and emerging technologies putting more pressure on a tense relationship?
I think there's a chance of that. That's one of the risks. But the alternative is complete dependency on the Communist Party of China. And so that's not something that's going to sit well, especially with right-leaning administrations in the U.S. So, yeah, that's going to be a factor. But again, the alternative is much worse. And we can't, we obviously can't be dependent on China for critical inputs. And I think that we'll do it, again, in the U.S., in a much more environmentally and labor-friendly way. That's another reason not to depend on the CCP for critical inputs.
Jingjing, do you think this competition between China and the US for rare earths to drive these new technologies is putting more strain on what can be a tense relationship between the countries?
Well, I don't look at the relationship between China and the U.S. as purely competition. Actually, China and the U.S. have so much to work together. And actually, both of the countries, actually the entire world, can benefit a lot if China and the U.S. can peacefully coexist together.
In a perfect world, Jingjing, that would be amazing. But that is not the reality that we're seeing under the two administrations in both countries.
Our leaders will have meeting very soon, and I'm sure. And when Trump administration came here, they had a pretty good time. A lot of deals being reached, and soon Chinese president will visit the U.S. and will meet their counterparts in the U.S. A lot of cooperations. And what I see is, of course, there are competition from at the IT level, at the government level, but I hope it's a healthy competition. And because I also interacted with a lot of people from different countries, a lot of people from the United States. At people-to-people level, there are a lot of friendship and people-to-people exchanges and cultural exchanges as well. So, of course, there's competition, and I hope it's a healthy competition that drives both countries towards a better direction, make ourselves much better. And I don't see as a competition like a zero-sum game, like you win, I lose. No, as a saying we always say in China, win-win cooperation. I'm sure China and the U.S. can both benefit from working together.
There is accusations of a new form of energy colonization emerging in the race for rare earths. Greg, are richer global north countries exploiting the global south to fuel their sustainable future?
I wouldn't call it exploitation. Perhaps 200 years ago or 100 years ago, you would call it exploitation when, British Petroleum and Total from France, were going into the developing countries, exploiting resources. It's much more cooperative now. In fact, if you look at the arrangements that the U.S. has made with Ukraine about critical minerals and other countries, there's a lot of opportunity for those countries. What's interesting, and this is not new, this goes back 15 years, back in 2011, the Communist Party put export controls on rare earth minerals, which really escalated the prices in the market and made it very difficult because they would not sell rare earths to Japan. It started with a fishing dispute with Japan, but it actually affected the U.S. to a great degree. So when we started developing rare earth minerals on our own, we had to put a lot of capital into it, private commercial capital. And then what did the Chinese do? They turned around and opened up the export channels again, which sunk the prices, which put all of the rare earth minerals businesses in the U.S., Australia, and Canada out of business. So that mercantilist kind of economic coercion that the CCP uses is really damaging to the free market. So what it's going to require, whether we like it or not, as free market people, it's going to require government subsidies, which I hate to support, philosophically. But if the Chinese are controlling 80%, 90% of those minerals, and they have the ability to put our private companies out of business by changing around their export limits, then that's something that's going to require a real commitment from the United States. And if we can develop relationships with developing countries that have those minerals, process it in the United States or even process it in those countries, that's great. But we still have to depend on the United States government.
Jing, what do you say to people who may accuse China of new form of colonization, of exploitation of rare earths across perhaps the African continent, other countries? Is this wealthy countries being able to scoop up the resources in less wealthy ones?
I think it's very hilarious when Western countries, politicians or economists, when they want something from developing countries, they demand everyone follow the free world, free trade rules. But when companies from developing countries such as China is outcompeting them, they start to demand. They also add a lot of bans and export controls. Let's not forget, just last year, at the beginning of last year, there are a lot of actually 2026 trade tariffs, unilateral tariffs adding on a lot of countries and adding on China. And because of the China's EVs are performing very well in Europe countries, recently I saw some articles on European media claiming it's a Chinese company's full-blown assault on their market. So when developing countries play the capitalism game much better than their counterparts in Western countries, they start to add same bans. So I heard the other guests mentioned the China's ban. Well, don't forget the U.S. had a lot of bans on AI, on chips, on trade, on China as well. Not just on China, on many countries. So
yeah,
I think
look at there are national security concerns around certain things like chips, but also we're very conscious of China stealing IP from the Americans. So there's some legitimate reasons for tariffs.
What IP is stealing from Americans? It's because it feels like not a lot of technology IPs in China the U.S. don't even have.
Yeah, 99% of counterfeit goods captured by the U.S. security services are from China. So we know that the Chinese steal. It's the old, the U.S. innovates, the Europeans.
Then how come those companies that China stole are now outperforming Chinese companies?
Yeah. But Greg, Jing was talking about things like EVs as well. I mean, that's more modern, progressive technology than what the U.S. has. And the U.S. is saying, no, we're going to tax it if you try and bring it into the United States. Doesn't that fuel more competition?
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, if the Chinese didn't have the capability of shutting down electric vehicles, then we would be happy to buy them in the U.S. But because there's a national security risk there, and the Chinese are known for, basically planting their own private technology on electric vehicles, they'd have the ability to shut down electric vehicles with the flip of a switch. So, look, I know that sounds a little paranoid, but the truth is the CCP is running a mercantilist economy. So we have to be very careful of what we buy into the U.S. and what we ship to China as well. We've learned the hard way on this. We had very free and open trade for 30 years. And not only did it gut out the industrial Midwest of the country here in the U.S., but also we have to consider the national security issues. And what we've seen the Chinese do in Africa, and I've done a lot of business in Africa, it's heartbreaking what they do. They go in and exploit the resources. They cut down, for example, in timber, which I'm very active in. They cut down the trees.
People accuse the United States of doing a similar thing in Venezuela, though, Greg.
You know what? With Venezuela is unique, but the Venezuelan people are benefiting from those political changes, let's call it, in Venezuela. But when you see the Western Europeans and the Americans, when you see the way we operate in Africa, again, for example, I just pick on Africa because that's where I've been spending a lot of my time. They do it in a very beneficial way for the people of those countries. They're very strict about it. The Norwegians, for example, with their big sovereign wealth fund, Norfund, and the Americans with USDFC, they have really strict guidance on labor standards, on replacing resources. If we mine, we replace, we dig a hole, but we fill it back in. Whereas the Chinese have come in and cutting down trees, not replacing the trees, digging mines, exploiting the minerals, bringing in their own prison labor and cheap labor. So we're very suspicious, as you can see from my comments, we're very suspicious about how the Chinese are operating in the developing world, but we surely don't want to expose our own country to that as well.
Jing, how do you respond to that? Is China not behaving the way it should in the developing world when it comes to sustainability practices?
Yeah, first of all, let me, because the other guest mentioned the U.S. as a free market doing free trade. Well, it's funny that the Chinese EV companies cannot have factories in the U.S. They are banned from entering the U.S. market. Well, if you look at China, Tesla has their biggest factory in Shanghai. Apple has their biggest factories in Shanghai. If you go to some shopping centers in Beijing, in Shanghai, you will see all American businesses having the largest stores. The American businesses, some of them were dying in the U.S., but they're blooming in China's market. So to me, I think China's market is much more open and free for Western companies. And second, about Africa, I happened to meet and interviewed a lot of African scholars, not just Africans, people from all across developing countries, either in West Asia, in Southeast Asia, in Latin America, and Africa. You know, all the African scholars that I talked to give me the opposite answers. I asked them why they want to work with Chinese companies. For one reason, they said, you know what? China is involved in every sector in, for example, Nigeria. But there's only one area China is not involved is the politics. And people from other countries, Rwanda, Tanzania, they are the same. Like, because when we work with China, there's no political strings attached, only business. And Africans can say no to this deal. If they don't like it, they can say no. And the Chinese companies will bring a new deal and see how they like it. And it's completely business. They don't come here to give them lessons. If they don't like the deal, they turn down the deal. There are no color revolutions. There are no CIA assassinations. So that, and I know a lot of Western experts and media claim the so-called debt trap diplomacy on Africa. But when I ask African scholars, African people who work in those factories, they say, you know, come on, we've been through colonizations for hundreds of years. We know what colonization is. And the relationship work with China is not colonization. So when Western experts claim they are being oppressed, they feel like, don't you want to hear what African people say? They know exactly what it is. So I think, well, if people don't believe it, you can go to my channel, watch my interviews with all the African scholar people.
Greg?
Hear what they say.
Yeah, well, I guess if you talk to scholars and not actual business people, you might get more of that left-leaning pro-communist, pro-socialist argument. But the reality is, in Africa, they are taking advantage of cheap labor coming from China, from cheap products coming from China, and it comes with financing that comes from China. So the loan-to-own thing, the debt diplomacy, is real. And it's just a function of sometimes the Africans just can't say no because it's too cheap and too attractive. Larry Summers, the former Secretary of the Treasury, president of Harvard, had a great comment. He said, when European and Americans go to Africa, the Africans get a lecture about climate change. When the Chinese go to Africa, they get a shiny new airport. So that's something that we have to compete with. Our standards are higher, and it's hard to compete with a country that's exploiting cheap labor, that's exploiting child labor and slave labor. And that's something that we can't do in the West. So we just have to be better at what we do.
We're almost out of time. We've only got a few minutes left, so I want to put this final question to the both of you. Jing, I'll put it to you first. Can climate cooperation and global competition between the great powers coexist, or are they mutually exclusive?
I think we can coexist because, of course, we're competing. But as I said, competition is good for ourselves to develop. And especially when facing climate change, I think it's important to address the UN-endorsed concept is common but differentiated responsibilities. Of course, we all have responsibilities to deal with climate change. It's a threat to all humanity. But we need to look at, for example, the historical accumulations. Western countries have hundreds of years, 200 of years to finish their industrialization and reach this level. But many developing countries didn't contribute to any of those accumulations at all. But now when they just about to develop, when they just about to start their industrialization, suddenly this requirement to ask them to reduce emissions, to slow down, suddenly started. So we need to consider this historical accumulations. And also, we need cooperations. Through those cooperation mechanisms, we are transferring knowledge to different and talents to different countries to cooperate to deal with the challenges together. I know you're probably running out of time. So
all right, Greg. All right, let's hand it over to Greg for to wrap us up. Is Jingjing living in a utopian world? Can climate cooperation and global competition coexist?
I think just general cooperation, it would be a great thing. And you know, if we have free and fair trade and we follow the same rules in terms of labor exploitation, for example. However, I think the one thing that Jingjing and I can agree on is that I think it's outrageous to ask the developing world, just when they're on the verge of developing and industrializing, to consider net zero policies or to follow the guidelines of, you know, the net zero fanaticism in the United Kingdom, for example, which is really detrimental to the economies and detrimental to working people. So I think that's one thing we can agree on. I would never suggest that a developing country should listen to the Ed Miliband's of the world and dedicate themselves to net zero when they're just on the verge of industrializing. The best way to help them is cheap, abundant energy, oil, gas, coal, and if it's alternative energy, all the better. If the market develops so that the wind and solar, for example, I prefer hydro, I prefer nuclear, but if it's wind and solar, if the technology and the market gets to the point where those energy sources can be produced economically without government subsidies and not dependent on these bloated government budgets, then all the better.
We will have to leave it there, unfortunately, because we are out of time. I would love to continue this discussion. It's an interesting one because, Greg, I know the cheap energy that you're talking about there, I know that the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres in some of his recent comments definitely does not share that opinion, but we will leave that devil's advocate to another day. It's a really interesting topic, and I appreciate both of you breaking it down for us. Greg Swenson, Chairman of Republicans Overseas UK, and Leigh Jingjing, Chinese journalist and political commentator. To both of you, thanks for being on Counterpoints.
Thanks a lot. Nice to thank you both.
Thank you.
And as always, we love having your company at home. Thanks for tuning in to this episode. You can, of course, keep up to date with our latest Counterpoints debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And don't forget, you can also follow us on social media across X and TikTok. We'll leave it there for now, but we'll see you next time.
I wish reality were as easy as talking. He grows up but keeps that innocence. That's the instinct God created us with. Mahmoud's dream is to become a pianist.
Is speech the only way to express thoughts and feelings? Descartes, the father of modern philosophy, said, "I think, therefore I am." He didn't say, "I speak, therefore I am." There are many means of communication around us: drawing, music, singing, writing, sports. Even eyes have a language. Each one of us is different. We share many things and differ in many others. The same applies to autistic people who can be similar or different. Since medicine discovered autism 8 decades ago, half of people around us still see it as a mystery. And such people do not try to know anything about autism. Even scientists disagree over it. Some see it as a psychological or neurological disorder, while others consider it a genetic biological problem. Why don't we know a lot about autism? Today, we try to reach them. We are not looking for a cause, a doctor, or a cure. This will be a special mission in which we go to them to find out their thoughts and feelings. Do they live in the moment only? Or do they dream and wish? Do they understand adolescence? What is lying? Or politeness to them? Do they know they are different? We thought it would be enough to get answers even to some of those questions. It's impossible to reach everyone, but it led us to a few of them. A young man living in his 20s, and in his story, a message for every human.
I exactly experienced the entire 5 stages of Kubler-Ross. I experienced every single stage. Starting with denial, I experienced this stage in the sense that I cannot believe that my son has autism. There is nothing wrong with my son. It must be a stage that would pass. You know how mothers might fool themselves. They pretend that there is nothing wrong, then there's the stage of anger. The anger stage involves questions like, why isn't he interacting? Why should Mahmoud be autistic? Even though I never asked myself or God about why I had to go through this.
When I was young, my father used to sing for me in the car. I love you when you speak. I love you when you draw a smile. شو بحبك لما بتحكي ترسم عشفافك ضحكي شو بحبك لما بتبكي بتشكي وعم بتغلغل فيه حبيبي انت الأحلى عمري بقلبك عم بيحلى عطرك سحرك صوتك رسمك صار مني وفيك.
Sometimes I thought about committing suicide. I wished death for me and my son, but my death wouldn't change anything. In the end, my son would be left alone, and that's not what I want for him. When I felt that I was fed up, as they say, I could no longer bear this angry and depressed fate. That's when it started to search for psychological solutions. Thus, I studied psychodrama therapy, because I was convinced that I wouldn't heal. In 1 or 2 sessions, or even in 1 or 2 years, I was convinced I needed to know how to face my feelings and understand my psychological condition. Throughout my life, because I knew my current situation would continue all the time.
شو حلو حبيبي شو حلو هالقمر شوفوا ما أجمله بس أنا عبالي دللو وحياتي ما حدا بقى يزعلو. I don't like hurting anyone.
أوقات الدنيا بتوجعني وساعات بتعاند ويايا لا بخاف وحخاف ازاي يعني دايما مطمن طول ما انت معايا.
During World War II, a psychiatrist was influenced by the power of compassion and resilience in human spirit. In 1969, she introduced a model named after her, about the 5 stages of grief. Through this model, Kubler-Ross wanted to speak out loud about the feelings a person experiences when faced with a shock that shakes their inner peace. The transitional stages in the Kubler-Ross change curve begin with shock, which leads to denial. Then anger takes hold. Then we begin bargaining with ourselves in a one-sided dialogue. We want to escape the crisis without making any effort. Then comes depression and sorrow. Despair and all negative thoughts start to attack at the same time. Acceptance is the beginning of the solution.
And out of love for her son, she feels hatred. She thinks she hates her son, but in fact, that represents in psychology the stage of anger in Kubler-Ross model. She becomes angry with herself because she feels those emotions, which are unfortunately normal, if we had psychological awareness in education. She wouldn't be blaming herself. Once I reached the stage of acceptance, he started to show results that I had been waiting for years of effort. He started to show me those results. I reached a state of acceptance that it's over. I accepted him however he is, whatever progress he makes or doesn't make. That's it. This is my son, and I want to love him just the way he is. And that is the golden key.
I accepted Mahmoud as he is, like any mother who wanted him to lean on her. But what happened was the opposite. Fatin's dreams of Mahmoud graduating from university with a postgraduate degree did not come true. Mahmoud opened a door to his world for her, and he amazed her and made her forget the routine life and the struggle, competition, and racing against time in everything.
I used to be afraid that something might happen to me. And how would Mahmoud eat? He doesn't know how to say, "I want to eat." He wouldn't say, "I'm thirsty. I have to bring him water." But what worries me is his perseverance. Mahmoud has overcome it, thankfully. Thank God, you could say.
Do you consider that the great achievement was by Mahmoud or Fatin?
It was definitely by Mahmoud. We honor mothers in our society, and we see the efforts made. But, unfortunately, we don't understand the value of that effort because they struggled just like we do. They struggle with themselves. It's not something easy for them from the start. It's not easy for them because we are breaking their nature. In fact, I'll tell you more. We are distorting them. We are distorting their nature so that they become like us.
Due to the commonalities within the stories, we went to Niraj, a young boy who is talented in drawing and video games, a boy no older than 12, who speaks, reads, and writes. He has a small home, with a family, school, and friends.
At this time, I don't know nothing about the autism, so I was just thinking why he don't talk. Why he don't talk? Because he was speaking, he's eating good, sleeping good. I think when I call him, he don't come. I say, Niraj, he don't look at us, don't come. So one day, when he was 3 years old, with nothing, no speak, he just making sounds like. At this time, I don't know nothing about autism. I know autism only. I know some children with development problem have autism. So when I come back home and I went to the internet, this is something wrong. You never have to go to the internet to check and solve your problem. Oh my God, what only bad things about autism only. But there I see a picture of my son.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I would say so. I would say that, I mean, being in denial is kind of running away, isn't it? It's an indirect way of saying you're running away if you are in denial. You know, maybe you're in denial because subconsciously you know it's true, but maybe you're in denial because maybe you don't know what to do, so you panic. And it's definitely Artemia is what woke me up. You know, kind of she would bring me back down to earth, saying, you know, this is not going to go away. He's not going to snap out of it. It's not something that there's no medicine that we can just give him and he's going to be okay. And then I would see what she's doing. And that's, you know, then that was like kind of the inspiration to, I want to be part of this journey and help where I can. That's basically how I transitioned from not doing anything into trying to do something. I see myself as a father to Niraj, not as an autistic child, but as a normal child, which gives me an over-sensing comfort. So it's not, I should do more with Niraj because he's autistic. It's more, I should just do more with him just because he's just another child. So I think now I'm not beating myself up because he's autistic, and I think that's a testament on how far he's come.
When he was 5, we take him to one psychologist, and she told me, "Oh, you have to understand because you will never talk. When he gonna be adult with the mind of the child." He just told me like this. My son is talking now. If you say that for one mother, you take her hope. Yeah, your hope. You need to give hope. You need to say, oh, buy this book, oh, do this, do that, come back here, let's do something. They need to be positive.
I've never had pets. I'm not a huge pet lover, but I did try, and whenever we take him to the park, try and push him towards the dogs in the park. And yeah, he liked them a lot. And now we have cats, so he's you know, plays with them as much as he wants. I did try to play football with him. He doesn't want to play. So then I just kind of revert back to what he's interested in, and because at the end of the day, that's how you maximize engagement with anyone.
The doctor tried to steal her hope, but she failed twice. As a doctor, and as a human, that's what happened to Artemia. She lost herself chasing books and sources for guidance to reach her son. Her mission wasn't easy, and notably, the majority of books written about autism were written by autistic people themselves.
One of the therapists told me we have to make some exercise with him. You put some up with the hot water, no, very hot water. Yeah, one is something like lemon, or do this exercise as many as you can. Okay, show me phone. Good work. Show me cooking. Good work, Niraj. Show me jumping. Good work. Coloring pencil. Good work, Niraj.
She pulled hope out of pain to get her son to read, write, and draw, and express himself, even participate in competitions with others. They are not in their own world. They are in ours.
How did they help Niraj?
Oh yeah, definitely. So when we have games that involve, but mainly, you know, those kind of group games, is definitely you bring them in, and the kids don't know they're doing it. The kids don't know they're helping. For them, they're just playing.
Was very difficult, was very depressed in the beginning. And now I see my son, he can talk, he can ask what he wants, he have good behavior outside, he learning many things. I like my son like this, I want him like this, I don't want another son. I don't want a perfect Niraj. He's perfect for me.
They don't know they are different. We are the ones who create the difference. Many realize this truth. Nahed, the mother who wants to help them reach their fullest potential, to discover their skills without differences and bullying.
I am Nahad, a mother before anything else. I built this entire place, dreaming of a space where Ahmed could live, where I could watch him grow. My dreams, like any mother, were very big. Unfortunately, after I started this place, Ahmed's needs were different, and today Ahmed. What exists in this place? But the place has become for all the Ahmed in this world. I now have more than one Ahmed. I have Alaa, I have Khalil. They call me Mom, and my son does not talk. After my long journey with Ahmed, he stayed the same. I was the one who changed. So I wanted to change Ahmed, but Ahmed won't change. Ahmed granted me exponential strength to be the person I am now, capable of helping all these people. I really do not see myself as strong. Is there a greater strength than that? This is Ahmed's strength, although considered as disabled, but they are not weak. They deserve to live. We all have our own kind of disability. The only thing these children fear is losing their parents. They fear because we have become their safety, not the society. The community as a whole must change so that children feel safe. Then comes competition, and there comes desire to achieve self-worth. Children do not feel safe. Their safety is us. So we must give our children safety before we ask society to give them safety. Of young men graduated from our center are now working in government agencies, in Emicor, and some working at Siemens Energy, with very good salary, comparable to university, graduate salaries. These children must have experience and skills so that they can compete in the labor market according to their capabilities.
My name is Andrea, and I'm 18 years old. I consider myself as a kind person. I love helping everyone who seeks help. I enjoy spending time with my family. I believe there is love inside every person. Each person has a beautiful soul within them. How would you describe Mahmoud? He is a kind person and musically talented. He plays the piano and sings, and he is also handsome.
How do you describe Andrea?
She is my friend. I love her very much. He plays the piano and the guitar.
I was studying a major that I love. I was easing my conscience as a mother by studying something that could help my son. We can manage behavior either with reinforcement or punishment. When we know which reinforcement is best for the child, we can use it to teach the child to ask and express themselves. It is not necessary to express by talking, because many autistic do not speak. So we can use pictures, or we can use an iPad to be able to communicate with them, and they can communicate with us. This skill is one of the most important things we teach a child. It's one of the foundational skills we begin with for a child. Honestly, the early stages were the hardest for me. I used to repeat sessions that he learned with the specialist every day. I would reapply the speech sessions with him 4 times a day. I used to repeat them on the same day. At the times when I could not do these sessions, I would repeat them through activities I would do with him at home. So when he became responsive, when he was ready, when he became ready to expose him, experiments to find out What does he like? So we tried to experiment and discover what he liked. We began teaching him the field of computer and software. And we tried exposing him to all fields until we discovered that Mahmoud was excellent at playing piano. He can express himself, his anger, his joy through playing the piano.
What if we were asked to pause for a moment and put on the shoes of this mother or sister or that father or brother just for a moment? What if we realized that one of our children is on the autism spectrum? Everyone we spoke to never wished to switch roles. Instead, they asked of those around them or those they encountered on the street or in the store or the cinema or school. Anyway, they wish to grant these passes by the children with autism a little understanding and a little love.
It pains me to see him grow up, still with that same innocence and childlike nature. Maybe because I'm afraid for him, afraid of his innocence, the purity of his thinking, his unconditional love for people, and his lack of awareness of the evil in this world. The initial phase is exceptionally challenging, initiating them with their first word, the first letter. It's a very challenging stage. It's one of the most challenging stages. The challenge of adulthood is also affected.
And I want to say to the ones who abandon their children, go back to them. They need you. Do not be ashamed of your children. Your son may not be what you dreamed of, but they become something you never dreamed of before. I am really grateful for his presence, no matter what he is. Of course, I wish he does not suffer from autism. I cannot imagine my life without his presence.
What do you want to say to Dad?
I played the piano.
If you want to talk to him but he is away,
I call him.
what do you tell him?
Come. I love playing piano and drawing and sports and swimming.
What do you do in the kitchen?
I make a labneh sandwich.
صعبة في أولها مع بعض أنا وأنت أكيد هنكملها
A single positive intervention can create ripples far beyond the individual, aiming to reach families, communities, and future generations.
I give people trust. I leave room for mistakes.
We help them get a job, whether paid employment or voluntary work.
There is a lot of opportunities to study.
You don't go outside with empty hands.
I started writing songs. It opened doors for me to get into projects in the Netherlands.
What we want to achieve is to prevent any further emotional harm to children caused by their father's imprisonment, and that would certainly be a good thing.
The Dutch experience demonstrates that respecting prisoners' rights and supporting their reintegration into society can play a vital role in reducing crime and creating safer communities.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city.
This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Auckland. Auckland is known as a city of many lovers, according to its Maori name Tamaki Makura, as those lovers wanted the place so badly that they fought over it for centuries. A geographically blessed city, the New Zealand capital has the appeal of a small town and the style of a modern metropolis. Auckland Museum is one of the country's most recognized heritage locations. The 84-year-old museum houses the most comprehensive collection of Maori and Pacific Islander art in the Southern Hemisphere. On display are graphic textiles, carvings, some of the war canoes, ware or the traditional Maori meeting houses, as well as other 18th and 19th century portraits. Devonport is a self-contained late Victorian neighborhood of historic sites, including North Head, a British fort dating back to 1887. There are also popular cafes and restaurants within it. Find two of Auckland's picture-perfect beaches or climb to the top of Mount Victoria for 360-degree views of the city, Hauraki Gulf, and the North Shore. Waiheke Island is a place for a quick island escape. Worth visiting are the Little Onaroa, Palm Beach, and the mile-long Onatangi. Fancy a dinner nearby with a great view of the beach. A diverse mix of gustatory pleasures, Auckland is also ideal for food trips. The city is a medley of different tastes, offering diverse cuisines from contemporary Japanese dishes to all-American pizzas, to healthy Thai salads and greens. Depending on your mood, you can choose from the elegant dining restaurants, or you might prefer the laid-back alfresco cafes. Shopping also keeps the city abuzz. Specialty stores include rare and vintage finds, from the gardening books and electric furniture, fiesta dinnerware and old photographs, as well as restored goods, such as vintage wooden cutting boards, Southern French crockery, and white enamel cookware. There are also classic and one-room boutiques that offer pieces for men and women, with a well-curated collection of shoes and boots to match. You may also find shops featuring own-brand clothes and jewelry for men and women, sold alongside a distinct merchandise mix of non-clothing items that reflect the owner's interests. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Trump warns of crushing and unprecedented economic measures on Iran and any other country that helps it. South Korea accuses North Korea of firing 10 ballistic missiles into the sea as Trump reportedly seeks a summit with Kim Jong-un. And Prince Harry and Meghan are set to move back to the UK later this month, 6 years after they moved to the US. President Trump has said he'll launch tougher economic measures against Iran and will do the same to any other country that helps Tehran. Taking to Truth Social, he said he was launching the most crushing economic operation ever taken against any country. This will be economic warfare and isolation on an unprecedented scale. I'm also announcing that any country that allows its financial institutions, businesses, airports or government entities to provide any type of lifeline to Iran will itself face tremendous economic consequences. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by broadcaster and Olympian Samantha Murray, who's here in the studio with me, and news editor of Arabian Gulf Business Insight, Shane McGinley, who joins us from Dubai. Sam and Shane, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. Sam, I want to start with you because what do you make of President Trump's threats to countries who give any type of lifeline to Iran?
Yeah, I think this is a significant escalation because essentially Trump isn't directly talking to Iran anymore. He's now connecting with the rest of the world and essentially putting the world on notice as well. He's talking about an economic D-Day, targeting like oil smuggling, cash transfers, and anyone who provides Iran with an economic lifeline, essentially. We're still not exactly sure of what the details or the finer details of the economic consequences of this will look like right now. We're still waiting for that to be released. But I think an important country to watch here is China. China, of course, buys the bulk of Iran's oil. It's around 80%. So if Washington aggressively targets countries trading with Tehran, this could quickly become more than just the US and Iran. It can also become a US and China escalation as well. So Trump can see that Iran is economically vulnerable right now, and the financial isolation will hurt Iran even more, he hopes. But there's a risk in all of this, as we don't know how Iran will respond in terms of its connections with allies further afield in the world and geopolitically how this could play out. So is it going to bring Iran to the diplomacy table under Washington's requests and how they would like it to play out? Or is this going to create a further distance in terms of not just Iran itself, but economic confrontation on a global scale?
And also, you have to think that for decades and decades, Iran has evaded really strong economic sanctions against the country. It's made alternative plans and it's been able to survive. And Shane, let's just bring you into the confrontation, because what Sam's saying there, a direct confrontation with China could be on the cards, but also economic warfare could take a really long time. And we know Donald Trump wants to find an off-ramp when it comes to this war, because the economic warfare could be much slower.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I was just looking at the latest on the news wires, and the Treasury Secretary was saying that this will be the toughest sanctions ever, which is a very sort of Trumpian, sort of hyperbolic phrasing. But we haven't got the nitty-gritty details of how the sanctions are actually going to be imposed on Iran or the countries that trade or do any business with it. And I think it's going to be fairly complex for them to implement that, because as you just said, Iran is expert at getting around these sanctions for the last couple of decades. But if you also look at China as well, a lot of its oil that comes through, it goes to sort of like Malaysia or Indonesia, and then it's reclassified. So it's going to be difficult for the Americans to clamp down on China getting more oil. But I think actually what the sort of offshoot of this, and the main benefactor could actually be Russia, because I was looking at the numbers and in terms of who is buying Russian oil, and China has increased its purchase of Russian oil, and it'll probably increase that again now because of sort of these threats from Trump and Washington, and also India. And you may remember, Leigh Ann, months ago we were talking about, Trump was saying that India has to stop buying Russian oil because he wanted to have stronger sanctions on Moscow. So, well, India is also buying more Russian oil because it can't get oil from the Gulf or from Iran. So I think, unfortunately, it may be bad news for Zelensky in Ukraine, but very, very good news in Moscow, watching what's happening and unfolding with the Iranian conflict at the moment.
Yeah, that is a really good point. And the US also telling their allies, so we heard from the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, with us or against us on planned economic isolation for Iran. So, Sam, in many respects, this means that other countries will have to join America in this push to isolate Iran.
Exactly, it's a pressure tactic. However, what we saw today was the price of Brent by the barrel went up to $94. So the markets have reacted to this sort of sense of they don't know how this is going to play out. And really, there's a lot that we don't know about the connections, the relationships, the conversations happening on a global political scale here with Russia, China, and other potential allies with Iran. So it's going to be interesting. It might lift the veil and offer some transparency on the things that we just simply don't know about Iran. And that in itself could be an opportunity. There is a risk here in what Trump's doing. And indeed, the economic D-Day was criticised today by the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, and he said that this was just essentially rhetoric from America to turn our viewpoint away from Iran and to turn the viewpoint away from the economic problems at home for the US, as they're in around $40 trillion of debt right now, which is just incredible.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And let's talk a little bit about that, Shane, because, of course, Iran, as Sam says, calling it economic terrorism and said it's just trying to distract from those problems at home. So the US is just battling this crazy national debt. Should it be focusing more on domestic issues and domestic finances?
Well, the usual sort of political theory is going that if you're struggling in your domestic politics, go to war, and that will take the distraction off. But I think the problem with this Iran war is that it's because it's oil and energy related, that's feeding back into economic struggles for sort of the MAGA base back home. But I think we should put this into context. Yes, there's reports that US debt is going to rise to 40 trillion. And just to be balanced, when Trump came in on his first term, it was at around 20 trillion. It went up by 8 trillion during his first term. But then Biden went up by 8 trillion as well. So, and we're halfway through pretty much the second Trump administration, and it's gone up about 4 to hit around 40. So I think, Trump is just doing what he did in the last term, and he's just doing what Biden did. And a lot of the reason for a lot of this debt is to do with COVID and the inflation that resulted from COVID and interest rates going up. But the big, massive difference at the moment is that the interest rates and the financing of this debt has gone up considerably from when it was around about 2% in the first administration, and it's up to about 3.5%. So yes, you can say like he's just doing what Biden was doing, but it's going to cost them a lot more, and the interest rates are going to impact at the same time when there's a cost of living crisis and there's an energy crisis. So I think that is all going to play into with the midterm elections coming up, and it's probably a very smart Iranian tactic to squeeze this as long as they can in the run-up to the midterms, and it might just force Trump and Washington back to the negotiating table.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And a lot of analysts have been speaking today that we see this new economic warfare that America's launching, and it's just a way in order. That's what they're going to do until the November election. And once the November election has been and gone, then they might rethink the military side of operations when it comes to Iran. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And South Korea's defense minister has estimated that North Korea possesses between 80 and 120 nuclear warheads. This range is significantly higher than President Trump's recent assertion that is 57 nuclear weapons. Meanwhile, North Korea fired 10 short-range ballistic missiles from Pyongyang just hours after Trump said he would meet Kim Jong-un later this year. Shane, let's come to you first, because North Korea, as I just said there, has reportedly launched these missiles earlier today towards South Korea. Is Kim Jong-un trying to send a message of dominance here to the US? And is he also, I guess, trying to say when it comes to negotiations with the US, Pyongyang will be in a position of power?
I think, North Korea is always trying to sort of exert a sort of show of dominance. But I think the South Korean message that's coming out is quite restrained. And when they were commenting on Donald Trump pulling back on the military drills that we have seen in the last couple of days that he was doing with South Korea, initially, some of the rhetoric was quite forceful, but recently, in the last couple of hours, some of the comments from various different South Korean representatives and the presidential aides has been quite restrained, and even to the point where Kim Jo-young, which I'm probably mangling that pronunciation, which is the sister of the North Korean leader, had said that this was sort of a lame excuse by the South Koreans. But I'm a business journalist. I think if you look at the money trail, I think that's what is really going on behind the scenes, because at the same time, I found another story that was saying that the North Korean industry minister has said that on Thursday, which is today, that discussions were ongoing between South Korea and the US about how much investment South Korea would put into the US. And including into the American energy sector. So at the same time then that Trump is sort of pulling back on the military alliance with South Korea and also cozying up to making complimentary comments about the North Korean leader, I think it's just come down to money, and they kind of want to push the South Koreans to up whatever investment deal that they're hoping to seal. Because unfortunately, politics and money go hand in hand. And as we just said in the last discussion, America's got massive debt, so it could do with some Korean investment. So that's my take on what is happening over the Korean Peninsula.
And Sam, it's absolutely fascinating because Donald Trump did say and did describe North Korea's leader, Kim Jong-un, and North Korea, the country, as unthreatening and respectful during his presidency, but in the same breath saying they had 57 nuclear warheads. Donald Trump also said he's going to meet Kim Jong-un sometime this year. Is this to punish South Korea over its reluctance to get involved in the Iran war, or is it sort of like a throwback to his first term where we saw him meet Kim Jong-un on more than one occasion?
Yeah, I think there are probably two things happening here, and that's definitely coming from the analysis on this story. So there's clearly a tension between Washington and Seoul right now, given that South Korea hasn't backed the US as much as Trump would have liked in terms of the situation with Iran. And that frustration led to him scaling back from the military practices on that Korean peninsula. And so there's this pressure element on South Korea to step up, as Shane was saying, economically and support the US, both economically but also strategically on the war in Iran. But I think what makes this story more consequential today is that we have Trump saying that Kim has 57 nuclear weapons, essentially, and yet the South Korean defense minister cited that they estimate North Korea now has between 80 and 120. So North Korea are now significantly, supposedly, a lot more powerful and a greater nuclear threat than they once were, if this is to be believed. Now, when we consider Trump and Kim and their relationship, what we know about Trump is he does like to foster this sort of leader-to-leader diplomacy approach. And he's often, he's criticised Kim, but at the same time, he's had some sort of camaraderie with him as well. And so he did meet him, as you said, 3 times in his first presidency. And so meeting him again in this presidency, you might say, well, actually, that's not that significant. So it ultimately comes back to the signalling that Trump is trying to achieve here. And perhaps he's trying to show South Korea that America has other ways of managing security, and especially threats in the Korean peninsula, not just through a South Korean relationship. Maybe he's exploring how else he can manage this as it unfolds.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. But also, Shane, since Donald Trump's first term, actually, Sam signaled to her and said it basically perfectly, that North Korea is now way more powerful than it once was. And a lot of people say that's due to Russia, because obviously when ballistic missiles have landed in Ukraine. We've heard Zelensky say these missiles come from North Korea. We've got lots of reports of North Korean soldiers inside of Russia. So there has been a lot of talk that there's a lot happening behind the scenes when it comes to Russia and North Korea. And I guess another point to highlight is the fact that what is Donald Trump going to do when he meets Kim Jong-un? Is he going to speak to him about denuclearization? Because he knows he's got these warheads. And many people are saying, well, Iran can't have them. So how can North Korea?
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. Like the whole reason that the Iran war primarily started was over nuclear weapons that Iran was looking to develop. And as the headlines were saying today, North Korea already has, these are like 120 nuclear weapons. So it doesn't really ring true why he's not clamping down on these. But like you said as well, like when we were on here last week, we were talking about the disputed Japanese islands and how North Korea had shown support for Putin visiting them. So it does seem to be a sort of building up of the alliance. Like you said, you've got Russia, North Korea, and then the Americans with the South Koreans. Although the South Korea-US one seems to be sort of fraying a little bit. So I wouldn't be surprised me if Trump switched sides, because he does seem to have conflict with a lot of his allies. But I think it would be a red line and a step too far to switch to supporting North Korea outright. I think that even for Trump, I think that would be a step too far.
Yeah, and obviously, Sam, when he did meet Kim Jong-un in the past and in his first term, I remember, he would regularly go on Twitter and call Kim Jong-un Little Rocket Man, and eventually got a meeting with him. But essentially, those 3 meetings sort of amounted to not very much. So I don't know what he's hoping to achieve the second time around. I think people might be asking that question too.
And that was a big news story at the time in 2018. The US scaled back those the testing with South Korea due to that meeting with Kim and Trump, in the hope that it would change the nuclear setup with North Korea and that relationship and the agreements, but it clearly amounted to not much. I mean, there's a lot that you could read into this, and you could think about the economic play, but how Trump is trying to manage these relationships. He definitely likes to have powerful friends, especially wealthy, powerful friends is clearly one of Trump's agendas personally, and it's good politically, and having these forming these relationships is important, that's for sure. And you might say it puts him in an even greater political position to be able to drop an email to Kim and meet up with him and, exchange gifts and do all those formalities that presidents do, and seem that they can shake hands and have a good time. It also keeps South Korea on their toes, ultimately, and that leverages the US's power.
And also the fact that Donald Trump, brought North Korean leader Kim Jong-un out of the cold in his first term. We couldn't believe what we were seeing when they first held that meeting in Hanoi in Vietnam. No one thought that was going to happen. So Donald Trump's always interesting who he does choose to meet. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And an Australian woman who murdered 3 relatives by serving them a beef Wellington laced with poisonous mushrooms is appealing her conviction. Erin Patterson was sentenced to life in prison last year after being found guilty by a jury in Australian state of Victoria. Adam Hancock is in Sydney and he sent us this report.
Well, this is a case that has captured the attention of people not just here in Australia, but all around the world. It all centres on a lunch that took place in regional Victoria back in July 2023, when Erin Patterson murdered 3 relatives and attempted to murder a 4th by serving them beef Wellingtons which were laced with toxic mushrooms. 2 years after that lunch, Erin Patterson was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. She has always maintained her innocence, and over the last few days in Melbourne, her defence team have been appealing her conviction. Now, their main argument is that the case was compromised because members of the jury, when they were deliberating the verdict, they were actually staying in the same hotel as some of the prosecution, a key witness and some of the media. They've also criticised the behaviour of prosecutors, particularly when cross-examining Erin Patterson during the trial, and they were saying that there was evidence that was included that shouldn't have been, saying it was irrelevant, such as social media messages that Erin Patterson had sent, and saying there was further evidence that should have been included in the trial. Now, at the same time, the prosecution have also been putting forward their own appeal. They are pushing for a harsher sentence for Erin Patterson. She's currently facing life in prison, but is eligible for parole after 33 years. But they are saying that that is inadequate because of the, quote, truly dreadful crime that she has committed, and they are pushing for the removal of that parole. Now, the judges in Melbourne will go away and consider all of the arguments that they have heard over the last few days, and it could take weeks or even months before they deliver their verdict. So this case, which is one of the most notorious murder trials in Australian history, is set to rumble on a little longer. Adam Hancock, Arabiya English.
Sam, let's come to you first, because exactly like Adam said, this case gripped Australia, but I also feel like it gripped the world. Like everyone was just completely fascinated by Erin Patterson. And do you think she can successfully appeal her conviction?
Yeah, she's a fascinating murderer, and I think that's why so many people took to this story, because she would seem such an unlikely person to kill these in-laws, try to kill her husband. Why did she do it? There's never a motive has never been released from her. But essentially, according to legals on this, her appeal is already being heard by Victoria Court of Appeal, and there's a good chance that it could move forward to an appeal, and it could be called for a retrial. And there are 7 points that her defence have highlighted. One of the most standout ones to me are that there was serious failures, her lawyers say, in the process regarding the hotel that's already been mentioned, and people sort of interacting in the hotel. So the prosecution team, the police, journalists, and the jurors who are sequestered in this hotel, and how that is conflicting essentially in the trial with the jury. There's no evidence really that we can see saying that this is true at this point. There's also the point that she says that there's this, her defence is saying about the mushrooms essentially, and that she had an innocent interest in foraging mushrooms. and that wasn't detailed enough in the trial. There's also questions about mobile phone tower evidence and all these sort of things. So there are actually the analysis from this and what's making the headlines today is that, yes, there are genuine legal arguments being considered, and this isn't simply a frivolous appeal. It looks like it could be called a mistrial and then would go to a retrial. We're waiting for the judges to come forward and deliver their verdict.
It's absolutely fascinating, actually, because when she was sentenced, it was such a spectacle, and now we could be back, as you say, at a retrial, Sam. But Shane, you know, Erin would argue that so much of a case was out in the public domain, so she didn't actually receive a fair trial, sort of like what Sam mentioned there. Do you think that, in general, across the world, not just involving this case, it can often be trial by media and people aren't fairly heard or fairly tried?
Yeah, I think it's a good point, and it leads to sort of two sort of debates or arguments going on as a result of this case. One, should the media be even reporting on cases of murder or anything like that, just and basically treating them like a form of entertainment? You know, like true crime podcasts and news is a phenomenally popular. And then the other issue is the jury model defunct? Does it actually work? You know, like a lot of my relatives come from the sort of the police force, and I did my degree in psychology, and like eyewitnesses are not really that reliable. So you could argue, should we just have judges single-handedly, or even like a team of judges who are expert in law, work on this? But I think on this case specifically, I think there's a few things that were at play. There was about like 15,000 people sort of looked at from a pool to be the 12 jurors and the 3 substitutes. And I think the flip side of this as well, because it was such a high-profile case, I think there was a lot of scrutiny of it to make sure that there was a fair trial. So the judge did say that the jurors were not to Google anything, and they weren't to read any reports. If they accidentally saw anything on the TV, they were to switch over. And in fairness, one of the jurors was removed for when they were found to be discussing the case with family and friends. So I think they have been exceptionally strict on this particular case. And in Australian law, the media is generally only allowed to report on incidents that happen in the trial, not to sort of dig up any more sort of evidence. And the Australian Supreme Court, in a lot of instances, did enforce that. So I think she won't really have much of a case to have it thrown out just because this has been a popular case and tried by media. I think the bigger issue is our juries really a reliable way of deciding someone's guilt, whether it's a high-profile case or whether it's a straightforward one that doesn't make it into the front page.
Yeah, and I think that's a really, really valid question. And Sam, we can talk about this a little bit, because we know in lots of other countries it's just a judge who presides over these kind of cases. In South Africa, for instance, and we saw that in the Oscar Pistorius trial with Riva Steenkamp. You know, it was just the judge, but the judge was heavily criticised for the sentence that she handed down. So Shane said it's quite difficult to get a jury together that would give you a fair trial, but it could be equally difficult with the judge, because they could be also, you know, corrupted. It's very hard to know.
Right, the criticism there would be that it's one person, easily corrupt, easily bought, that kind of thing, representing one point of view. It's a difficult one, isn't it? And I suppose Shane definitely has a point that, in a way, the world has changed so much since the political the legal framework in the UK, in Australia, was created. And so, yes, we need to revisit these things. I know right now at home in the UK, an idea has been put forward, because we have such a backlog of cases due to COVID, that for less serious offences, it would just be a judge who delivers the verdict, to exclude a jury, to quicken it up and to get through the backlog, essentially. I think that's probably a good idea, because whilst everyone's waiting for these trials to take place, people are being held, and it's costing huge amounts of money. So it's a strong possibility that will happen. But in the case like this, I mean, how do you manage jurors who are sequestered for 9 weeks, as they were for Erin Patterson's first trial? And how do they live that way? I mean, it's such a long period of time on these really complicated and high-profile cases. So there's definitely perhaps a discussion to take place to change, but change in a legal system is so difficult, isn't it? And probably costly in itself.
Absolutely. And I was also just thinking about that when you were speaking. How do you control someone's living for 9 weeks? Because if you think about it, the world's changed so much. We all have mobile phones. We all have TVs. You know, we're constantly connected to what's happening around us. So it must be extremely tricky for them to try to keep any form of tabs on anyone trying to make a decision. So it's a really good point. Don't know your thoughts, Shane, but I don't know what do? You can't take away phones for 9 weeks, essentially.
No, and also the problem is that the jurors themselves are going to have, they would probably likely have read about this case because it's so high profile, or any similar case. So you're going to have preconceived biases going into, or preconceived notions. But I do think that a judge will understand the legal implications and will be able to put their sort of emotional biases to one side. So I think a solution could be a sort of middle ground where maybe you have like 3 judges who go through the cases quite quickly. I don't think that they would take like a week to deliberate on cases like this, and also they'd be able to go a lot quicker through it. And it's like anything, if you've got experience in something, you'll become a lot more quicker at it, and you'll understand the nuances, as opposed to a jury member trying to understand the ins and outs and trying to decide, okay, is that motive, is that strong enough? So I generally think I would advocate for more judges, less juries.
And also, if anyone wants to watch anything further, there's a very good Netflix show on the mushroom murderer, Erin Patterson. I found it really gripping, but thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And Prince Harry and his wife Meghan are planning to return to the UK later this month, 6 years after they moved to the US. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex are reportedly going to live in a non-royal residence outside of London, and there are no plans for them to resume their roles as working royals. King Charles was told about the move on Sunday this week. Shane, safe to say that you're not a fan of the royals, but I think the more you've been doing this show with us, I think you've become more of a fan of the royals, because we love to talk about the royals. But are you surprised by this news that came through last night? And I just felt like everyone's phone was sort of blowing up with all the notifications.
Yeah, I kind of tried to think what I was going to answer this, because last year on my first ever Al Arabiya show, we spoke about Harry and Meghan. I can't even remember what the subject was, but I probably got the most ever comments and messages after that. So they do seem to strike a chord with people, and they're very Marmite people. All the comments that I got were very mixed. Some people absolutely love them. Some people absolutely detest them. And I think that's part of the problem. They went to Hollywood expecting that they would become massive Netflix producers in the same way that the Obamas got a deal and made some really, really good shows. But the problem was they didn't make great shows. They had the one sort of biographical 6-part series about, where they got to sort of trash the royal family. And I think that's part of the problem, is that their narrative is a sort of victimhood and how they've been wronged, rather than sort of being proactively pushing various different things. And the other documentaries, like the Polo one, and I think there's a recent one out on young girls making cookies or something, that hasn't done particularly well. So I think the only reason they're coming back is because the Hollywood dream has turned into the California nightmare. And I don't really buy this whole thing that it's to get close to the family, because they only told the king on, what was it, Sunday, you said? And, they're pulling the kids out of their school in California, and they're going to go to a British university with their American accents. And then there's the whole William and Kate thing just down the road. So I don't think this is going to end well for them, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, was I surprised about the news? Yes, 100%. But there had been rumours about this going on for months, that their American hopes and dreams hadn't come to fruition.
And I think, yes, a lot of people are trying to analyse why they decided to come back now, because obviously they left the UK for so many reasons. One of those reasons was security. Another one was they wanted more privacy too. And also they wanted those big Hollywood deals because I think they wanted to be financially independent from the royal family. But Meghan and Harry were also very vocal, Sam, about their treatment when it came to the UK media. Of course, we saw Harry lose a high-profile case against the UK media. Do you think they'll be received well by British people? And do you think that the media has changed? Because obviously he lost that case.
Well, the reaction today in the UK was shock. No one could really believe that they are returning for all the reasons that you've mentioned, Leigh Ann. And I think probably the reaction from the British public will be very mixed. Now, there are YouGov polls in the UK that are suggesting that Harry and Meghan are not viewed positively right now in the UK. They're not the preferred royals on the scene. But actually, in that survey, it's interesting that it's the older generations that are less favourable to the royals than the younger. So I think there's a generational differentiation in perspectives here on Harry and Meghan. And actually, there is a case of the British media really taking a side. They like to do this with celebrities that draw strong opinions. We've seen this recently with Jason Arday. The British media enjoy creating stories that generate the clicks and that divide opinions. And essentially, one of Meghan Markle's strongest arguments was that she felt subject to racism and that she was the first mixed-race person to enter into what's always been an all-white family, exclusive royal family in the UK. And at the time, I remember when she joined, she was actually very popular and welcomed as she represented different types of people in Britain, which is an extremely diverse country. Why is she coming back? Well, we'll probably hear those reasons. She'll probably let us know herself. I mean, I would disagree with Shane and say that actually she's been hugely successful, and her brand As Ever that she creates from her Montecito beautiful home sold out when it first launched. And she was an incredibly successful actress as well. When she met Prince Harry, she was worth an estimated $5 million. And she's beautiful, she's articulate, so you can see why she wouldn't be so popular with the likes of Camilla and Kate Middleton, who obviously find it quite difficult and need a lot of managing and helping when it comes to their public speaking. I think she was victimised. That's how I saw her at the time, and I could absolutely see why she would go home, back to California, where she would feel a lot more comfortable. I see this, though, as perhaps they've returned for their children, and that status-wise for their children, they have they could create a very strong profile in the UK, given that they are significant royals.
And it's really interesting because, Shane, I'm going to bring it back to you just for a few reasons. So Spotify obviously signed a big deal with them, and the Spotify executive, you know, they tried to get Harry and Meghan to do shows, and every show Meghan did was not successful. And the executive of Spotify called Harry and Meghan grifters and said that they didn't want to work with them. And that started to become the feeling within Hollywood and in the US that everything that they tried to do with Meghan and Harry flops because they just actually don't want to put the work in, as it also happened with As Ever was another thing. And also Tom Brady, they did that interview on ITV with Tom Brady, and Harry said that he never said the royal family was racist and went back on that claim that they had made to Oprah. So I think, like, we look at this in different ways, you know. What actually is happening, I think, is there's been lots of mixed messages, conflicting views. And I do think the US fell out of love with Harry and Meghan because they just didn't put the work in. And I think that's what a lot of Hollywood say. And I'm not sure what your thoughts on that are.
Yeah, I agree with you, and which, you know, is quite rare. But I think, yes.
It's not me. It's literally what people have said about them.
No, I agree. And like Sam said, there was a YouGov survey, and the most recent YouGov one, which was in July, Prince William was number one. And when you take like what the positive and the negative reaction are, he ended up with plus 59, and then Catherine was plus 61, and then right way down at number 8 was Harry on minus 25. So that means that there's more people that dislike him than like him. And then Meghan was on even minus 43, and they're only beaten by Andrew, no longer Prince, on minus 90. So I think they're going to continue to be sort of less popular, and I think the media is going to pit the two camps against each other. So it'll be William and Kate constantly versus Harry and Meghan. And I think I don't really buy a lot of this sort of stuff that Meghan was the media and sort of the British were racist against her. I think they just didn't like her abrasive sort of American personality, because at the end of the day, there's been other members of the royal family that have married in and have been popular. Even at one point, Sarah Ferguson was hugely popular. So I think it's an excuse to sort of say that Meghan wasn't treated well. I think she went probably in with the wrong attitude and didn't really gel with the sort of British sort of restraint as an American, which is why she moved back to America. So I would forecast right here now that they're going to do a U-turn probably by the end of the school year and be back in America pretty quickly.
I mean, we could go on about this forever because there's so much to say, but obviously the royal household that was working with Harry and Meghan had a lot of complaints about the way that they were treated, and there's been stories after stories, but let's hope, because blood is thicker than water. And I think for Charles, who's not been well with cancer, how wonderful that his son, the wife and the grandchildren are going back, if you look at it from a family point of view. But thank you for your thoughts on that. It's that time of the show where Shane and Sam have chosen 2 of their quirkiest stories of the day. Sam, your story is actually amazing. It's about a significant sale of a Canadian falcon right here in Saudi Arabia.
Yes, it's the annual falcon auction, which takes place in north of Riyadh. And this week, a Canadian-bred falcon, which is a beautiful white falcon with these stunning feathers, had a perfect body composition, which made it a very attractive pitch at the auction. It started at 200,000 SAR, but there were a few undisclosed Saudi investors, and eventually this very special falcon sold for 1.3 million SAR, which is just under $347,000. So a huge amount of money for a bird. But falcons are the national bird of Saudi Arabia, and they actually represent a lot about Saudi and Arabian heritage. They're associated with survival skill, patience, and relationships between people and the desert, as they were used by the Bedouin communities to help them essentially survive in such harsh conditions. And so now Saudi Arabia are very keen to preserve the falcon and encourage breeding, and it's part of a piece of Saudi Arabian heritage to celebrate the falcon and everything that it represents. And you see the falcon as a symbol on a lot of diplomatic posts and images in Saudi. So they're a very special bird here, and it's lovely that they come once a year, and the Saudi Falcons Club organise this auction, and it attracts people from all over the world, hobby falconeers, those who breed the falcons, who have spotted a great way to make money like this, and these Saudis who just love this bird and enjoy having a falcon, a Saluki dog, because that's the Arabian dog, and then a special breed of the Arabian horse at home. These are the animals that are kind of loved and treasures and iconic of Saudi Arabian heritage.
Yeah, that is a beautiful looking bird. It's absolutely lovely. Shane, what are your thoughts? Are you keen on falcons, Salukis, or Arabian horses?
Yeah, both of those, I would say. I would love to have a falcon. I don't know if we're going to pay what was it, $350,000 for one. But I used to have budgies when I was a kid, so it's kind of like the natural progression living in Dubai, really, to get a falcon.
Yeah, I think it is a natural progression from Budgie, Shane. But Shane, you're going to tell us about these new microdramas that are taking over social media, and it is crazy. It's this whole thing happening I didn't know anything about.
Yeah.
Watched them for the first time today because of you. What's going on?
It's quite. I'm quite ashamed of it. I've fallen for this trend. Because I'm very on trend, obviously, and they're called microdramas. So what it basically is that it'll come up on your algorithm and now you've watched one, and generally these apps will show you kind of like the first sort of 10 episodes, and each one's about a minute long, but there's 50 episodes of total, and then if you want to see what happens in the rest of the story, you have to pay tiny small amounts of money, and they do get quite addictive, and then you're like, oh, I really want to know what happened in this sort of really badly produced drama. So I'm not going to name them because I don't want to insult them, but they're generally quite they do seem to be a lot of AI use, probably in the script and probably in the production. But they're hugely popular and they're growing massively in Hollywood. And it's this section of the production is worth about $2 billion. Which, to put that in context, TV is about 125. But that difference with TV is it's shrinking. And we were talking about China before, and this whole trend started in China and is now grown in the West and is getting bigger and bigger. So I was just thinking there, actually, maybe this is what Harry and Meghan could do. They could get into micro dramas.
Oh, that would be a good idea, wouldn't it? They could get into microdramas. Yeah, I like that idea. Would you watch a Harry and Meghan microdrama? They did a Netflix one. Why didn't they go micro?
Yeah, they could. But, I mean, I think Harry's a great actor. He was on the James Corden show, wasn't he, in the US? And he was praised for his comedy bits at the beginning. So, and she is an actress. So, yeah, they could do really well out of it. They certainly don't need the money from it, that's for sure.
Well, you know what? I was having a look at some of these microdramas because I hadn't seen them before. And apparently the top watched one is I'm in love with my brother's best friend. So, we're going, we're going along those lines. Very interesting titles. But we've had so much drama in the show, and the Wolves also have a lot of drama going on. So thanks to our guests, broadcaster and Olympian Samantha Murray, who joined me right here in the studio, and news editor of Golf Business Insight, Shane McGinley, who joined us from Dubai. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on X. G&T is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today. From our headquarters here in Riyadh, I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, with its 6-month anniversary fast approaching, we'll get the latest on the Iran war. This as President Trump warns of economic consequences for any country that provides any type of a lifeline for Iran. According to a new Reuters Ipsos poll, President Trump's approval rating has fallen to its lowest level of his presidency. We ask, how much of a factor has the Iran war been in that? Plus, we assess the state of relations between Saudi Arabia and France in this, the centenary year of formal diplomatic relations between the two countries. All of that to come in today's edition of GNT. Hello and welcome to the programme. Now, with the war in Iran fast approaching the 6-month mark, the US President Donald Trump is now warning that any country that provides any type of support to Iran would face, quote, tremendous economic consequences. Well, the war has resulted in the deaths of thousands of people and severely disrupted shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. And on Tuesday, President Trump said that no talks are currently taking place with Iran, although a day earlier, Jared Kushner, his son-in-law and special envoy, struck an upbeat tone about dialogue, saying that talks were still underway and probably more robust than ever. Well, the conflict is looming large in the United States, where higher fuel prices have meant pain for consumers, and the war's growing unpopularity could have an important effect on the November midterm elections. Well, Mick Mulroy is a former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East. He joins us now from Montana. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to join us, Mick. Always a pleasure having you. Now, we've heard from President Trump this threat of economic consequences for countries providing lifelines to Iran. He pointed to issues like oil smuggling, cash transfers, front companies. He says it all has to stop right now. Who do you think that message is aimed at, and who's providing Iran with lifelines, do you think?
Also good to be back with you, Tom. I mean, this is where the U.S. is focused now, because it's clear that the president doesn't want a major military escalation. So what he's referring to in general is secondary sanctions. Sanctions are against Iran specifically, and of course, they have put those on there, have been on for years. Secondary sanctions are the companies and the countries that help facilitate the sale of their sanctioned energy, their oil and gas, essentially. So primarily, I would look at China. China refineries, for example, are probably going to be high on the list. But all the companies that go into transporting, so commercial shipping, port facilities, insurers of those shippings, banking institutes, other financial institutes, these are all things that the Treasury Department, I think, has been trying to identify and likely is going to impose these secondary sanctions. If it's going to meet the actual qualifications of the president, it's going to have to be pretty substantial. So we'll have to see how this works, but that is essentially what I think they're focused on.
Okay, so clearly some tough penalties for anyone found out doing this. I mean, do you think people who are providing lifelines to Iran, or countries that are doing so, are likely to be deterred by that warning by President Trump?
Well, perhaps not the warning, but the actual sanctions themselves, yes. I think it could have a significant effect. If it's a company, of course, that would prevent them from doing banking, for example, in a lot of institutions. If it's a country like China, what feels like it's targeted toward them, it could have other consequences when it comes to our trade relationship with China. But ultimately, really, to strangle the regime, it has to be, these secondary sanctions have to be utilized, because Iran has figured out a way around the sanctions, and they have infrastructure around the world to do so. The IRG sets it up. There's probably an element of this that also includes finding these assets and freezing them if possible, which of course has been done in the past, but can be done even more. And I think it is having an effect. I mean, we are hearing Iran talk about moving from the defense to the offense, and potentially being the ones that actually restart the actual major combat operation. So I think that really comes down to the fact, as they identified this week, they aren't selling any of their energy. They're basically not exporting much at all, and I think it's having a major effect.
Quite interesting that China has been already quite vocal and quite reactive when it has come to that threat from President Trump. They say that sanctions and pressure will not solve the problem. I don't know what you make of that. They also call for diplomacy, and I wonder whether you think there is a role for China to play here, given that they do have a vested interest, and I wonder whether their might have the impact of getting all sides together.
Yes, a substantial percentage of the funding that Iran raises from selling its oil is from the purchase of oil by China. So they have a major, I think, influence over Iran. The president tried to use that, but China essentially said they were staying out of it. Perhaps this will change their perspective now that they're actually in the crosshairs economically, so to speak. And I do think it'll have an effect. Obviously, diplomacy, I think every country would say, should lead the way, but it's not working. So I think from the U.S. perspective, just to get the Strait open, remember, that was open before the war started, and it is a tax on every country around the world as much as it is a tax on the United States. So I think this is where the U.S. is focused. It could cause issues, of course, with countries around the world. India is also a big purchaser of Iranian oil. But that is something I think the president has already taken into account if he's already decided to execute this economic D-Day, as he calls it.
Right. I mean, when it comes to diplomacy, I mean, the reality is we've had two ceasefire deals that have been and gone, one in April, one in June, both far behind us. The MOU has expired and hasn't been renewed. President Trump says no talks whatsoever are taking place, although his son-in-law says they are happening. What's your reading? Do you think talks are happening, perhaps behind the scenes, efforts being made to end this war, do you think?
Well, I think part of this is trying to project an image that the United States wants to see the war come to an end, so that the president in the past had kept talking about how not only that negotiations were ongoing, but how well they were going, which was obviously not the case. I think the president's accepted, because Iran is simply not, I think, interested in anything the United States could come close to accepting, that the negotiations, while they can keep going on, but especially between the negotiators, Pakistan, for example, and Qatar, that they can keep going on, but they're not going anywhere. There's really no path toward a resolution to this that the U.S. could accept that also would be acceptable to Iran. So it's acknowledging what is already happening. And so I think that the options were major economic escalation or major military escalation. I think the U.S. has decided to go with the economic escalation, and we'll have to see what Iran does. Do they actually start attacking full out the naval blockade that the U.S. has in place? Do they start attacking the infrastructure of countries in the region? We'll have to see. But this is right now going down the economic route, but Iran gets a vote.
I mean, the AFP news agency is reporting right now that a new U.S. carrier strike group has arrived in the Middle East. I mean, does that tell us anything? Does that suggest that perhaps there is more military pressure on track to be applied to Iran?
So what they're referring to is the USS George Washington, which was shifted from the Indo-Pacific, I think it was actually in Vietnam, to replace the USS Abraham Lincoln carrier strike group. So this is a much needed rotation. It's not a scheduled rotation, because the Lincoln has been there for 9 months and its deployment schedule is 6 months. So it's much needed. I don't view it as an escalation. I view it as a continuation of the naval blockade and keeping the capacity in the region to defend U.S. interests, and to potentially escalate if the president decides to, or if Iran decides to. And if they're successful, if they actually cause casualties or serious damage to U.S. Naval assets, they're going to get the escalation that President Trump, I think, had threatened but decided not to do.
Do you see other countries getting involved? I mean, especially when we think about the fact that Brent crude is now hovering around the $94 a barrel mark. Do you think it's going to become necessary for countries that are facing pretty extreme economic hardship as a result of this conflict dragging on? Do you think they're going to start thinking perhaps we better get involved and bring about a swifter conclusion?
So I would hope so, Tom, and not because I think that every country around the world should have agreed with the war in Iran, with the U.S. starting the war with Iran. They can all disagree with it. But ultimately, this is affecting their country, their population. Everybody's paying more for the price of energy, which means you're paying more for everything, because unless you grow it in your backyard, it's getting transported by the use of energy. So I think the U.S. could use some humility and go around the world building a economic, at least, coalition to at least get the Strait of Hormuz back open, and to potentially now, as they can see how much of a threat Iran is, to ensure they never get a nuclear weapon. But starting with the Strait of Hormuz, because I think every country can agree that needs to be an international waterway. If not, every country around the world is going to pay this tax, the 7% tax, which will shoot up the cost of everything that you consume. And it will gain Iran, if you look at everything that goes through the Strait, just the Strait, about $100 billion a year, when we all know what they're going to use that for. So I think the U.S. could build this coalition, or it could just start, and they could come to the United States and say, look, we'd like to help you on this. And then, of course, there is military capability necessary to open the Strait, primarily mine clearing, because there is mines in the actual international waterway, which is in the middle course, if you will. But there's a lot of countries around that could help with that, especially in Europe. So I think there could be both a economic coalition and a military coalition to really put pressure on Iran, not only to open the Strait, but to keep it open and get away from the idea that they can control it and put a tax on the world economy.
Right, because a lot of people we've spoken to on this program have said that the rationale for this war wasn't made clear to allies at the get-go, the strategy wasn't shared, and there weren't any sort of overtures to other countries to get them to join a coalition. And it sounds like you think there perhaps should have been. And then there's all the quite difficult to follow developments in this conflict. I mean, earlier on this week, President Trump was talking about bombing Oman, which is, of course, not just a US ally, it's also been a mediator in this very conflict. I mean, what does all of this tell us, do you think, about US strategy?
So, I mean, obviously, I don't think that the United States is going to bomb an ally in Oman. It's very much in line with other threats that I think were very hyperbolic. Take, for example, Greenland. But I do think it does illustrate that the U.S. was concerned that Oman was going to sign on to an agreement with Iran that would essentially validate Iran's claim over the strait. Don't know if that's the case. They obviously haven't come up to an agreement. We don't know what the terms are. But I think that threat, if you will, was directly related to a concern that, you know, Oman could say, okay, so Iran has the northern corridor, we have the southern corridor, and essentially validate a sovereign claim by Iran over an international waterway. So I don't know if that's the case. I certainly don't think we're going to, or obviously should, attack an ally in the region. But it does send a bad message, even if other allies in the region know that this is not going to happen. To talk about that way to an ally is just very unhelpful, especially when these allies are the ones paying the cost for a decision that the United States made to go to war without, as you said, Tom, really even consoling with them.
We are, as I said in my introduction, approaching the 6-month mark of this war. And I wonder who you think needs this war to be over soonest. Is it the US, where consumers are angry, feeling the pinch every time they fill up their car with petrol and they're about to vote, let's not forget? Or is it Iran, where they're seeing inflation teetering around the 80% mark?
Very good question. And they're two totally different systems, of course. We got a autocracy in Iran and we have a democracy in the United States. And it matters because, as you already mentioned, we have the midterm elections coming up in November. And anything that causes costs to rise, inflation to rise, hardship at home is going to have an effect because in America, the people get a vote. In Iran, the regime doesn't care so much about the people. We saw that before the war started. They slaughtered about 30,000 plus people who simply were protesting the government. But they have to have money to function. And that's why there's so much talk right now in Iran about their inability to export their major funding supply, energy. So it is come down to that. It's going to be a pressure point up until the elections. But I would point out the day after the elections in the United States, that leverage that Iran thinks it has, it does not have anymore. What would have happened, happened. The president's party, the Republicans, either kept the House and the Senate or they lost one of the other or both. It will have an effect on the war going ahead, but the president will still be the commander in chief. He has the assets in the region. He could then, without fear of much political consequences, since there's no more elections during his term, launch this escalation. So Iran might think that it has a huge leverage point here, but that can go away the day after the elections in November.
That's interesting because just my final question to you is this. We were speaking yesterday to a former US ambassador by the name of David Hale. I don't know if you know him, but he served extensively in this region that I'm speaking to you from. And he thinks this conflict could drag on until beyond the end of this second Trump presidency. I mean, just in a couple of words, I mean, would you concur with that assessment?
Yes, I do. I think it's certainly going to go on to the end of the first Trump administration. I shouldn't say certain because, you know, there's really no way to know entirely. But the issue, of course, is the president can't accept the terms that are anywhere close to what Iran's asking for. They're asking for a complete maximalist approach, a $300 billion reconstruction fund. If the U.S. were to agree to any of that, they would essentially agree to lose the war. We were strategically failed in our mission, and we would be repaying them for even the damage that we caused. Because even if they use it for infrastructure, et cetera, the money they would have used for infrastructure, they're going to replenish their ballistic missiles and everything. So there's no way to necessarily end this. And from the Iranian perspective, they wouldn't even trust an agreement that they came up with anyway during this administration. One, because the first Trump administration pulled out of the JCPOA unilaterally, and they've already seen the MOU start and then stop almost immediately. So it's likely to go into the next administration. And they too, whoever it is, Republican or Democrat, is not just going to want to concede all these points. They're going to want to come up with a scenario where the United States can come out ahead strategically on this. And of course, as an American, I want to see that too. So I think David is correct. Ambassador Hale is correct that this is likely to continue for years unless this economic plan that the president has really pushes Iran far back to the table, interested in opening up the strait, and then, of course, getting into a denuclearization, real discussion with the United States. It ends in an agreement.
That's really interesting. We're going to have to wrap it up, though. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Mick Mulroy, former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thanks, Tom. Good to be with you.
Now, today is Thursday, and as we always do on Global News Today, it is the day of the week when we took a look at the big political stories making news in the United States. Well, joining us this week, Greg Swenson, Chair of Republicans Overseas, who joins us today from Chicago. Greg, welcome back to the program. Great to have you with us. We're also joined by David Kusnet, former White House Director of Speechwriting to President Bill Clinton. He joins us from D.C. Thank you both very much indeed for joining us. Now, President Trump's approval rating has fallen to its lowest level of his presidency, with an overwhelming majority of Americans concerned that the war with Iran could drag on for some time. Well, the latest Reuters Ipsos poll suggests that just 33% of respondents say they approve of President Trump's performance in the White House, while 64% of respondents say they disapprove. I'd like to start by asking you, David, I mean, how much of a hit do you think President Trump's popularity has taken as a result of this Iran war?
Well, I think that's a big factor in his record on popularity. I think one thing that's very noticeable from the public opinion polls is that that same number, 1/3 of the electorate, keeps on recurring. Only a third approve of President Trump's performance. Only a third, and maybe even less than a third, approve of his conduct of the war with Iran. And only a third approve of his handling of the economy. So that's quite a trifecta of troubles for the president, and it's going to be quite a trifecta of troubles for Republican candidates this fall.
Okay, and Greg, I mean, consumer prices, in particular, prices at the pumps, I mean, that's really painful, isn't it? I wonder how much of a burden that is for US households, and whether you think that's a major factor in this fairly dismal approval rating.
Yeah, it's definitely a factor, Tom. There's no doubt, gas prices have always been, the tip of the spear for the electorate here. And so I think if they stay above $4, that's going to be a real headwind for Republican candidates. There's no doubt about that. But I do think that, if you look at core inflation, that's actually really well managed right now. So it's only the volatile gasoline or petrol prices that are keeping inflation relatively high, but not higher than it was under Biden, that's for sure. And even gas prices are lower than the Biden peak, because on one hand, you have a short-term supply, choke point in the Gulf. But, a couple of factors there. One is because we've liberated the energy sector, it's not nearly as bad as it could have been. That's for sure, because we're pumping oil and gas like crazy here in the U.S. And then, of course, you have the fact that, the inflation is dramatically lower. Now, that doesn't really matter. People don't care that it was Biden's problem or that Biden caused inflation. The fact that it's still lingering is, I think they have short memories. They don't really care. So I think there has to be better messaging from the Republicans on how the economy's doing, which is much better than perceived, and also how wages are up, and real wages are up, and that's important. But right now, it's definitely a headwind.
David, I mean, I'd like to get more on your thoughts with regards to the messaging from this administration, because last Friday, President Trump told a political rally, I think it was in New York at Garden City. He said this, he said, paying a tiny little bit more for your gasoline is worth the cost of ensuring that a very evil country does not possess a nuclear weapon. I mean, do you think President Trump's managing to get public buy-in? And do you think that sort of message would resonate with the US public?
Well, I don't think it's resonating. I think people get their idea of how the economy is doing by prices at the pump, by prices at the checkout counter, by how much money they have left from their paycheck at the end of the month. And the evidence of people's own lives is not favorable towards this economy, and telling people the economy is doing better than you think it is, or telling people that it's Joe Biden's fault, or telling people that, especially for a president, the slogan was America First, that this is really all about Iran. I don't think that's a successful message.
Okay, well, it sounds like you as well, Greg, don't think the messaging has been ideal on all of this. I mean, what are people telling you, Greg? Because you're close to the seat of power and the governing party. How long do people think this war is going to carry on for?
Well, it depends how you define that. I mean, in many respects, the war is already over. I mean, from a military perspective, we've already won, and now you've got 15 million barrels of oil coming out of the Gulf. Granted, that's versus 20 million pre-conflict, but that's real progress considering there weren't a lot of vessels moving through the strait, as recently as a month ago. But now 80% of the vessels are coming through U.S. authorized lanes. And now you've got a real economic crisis in Iran. So the economic fury is working, that's for sure. I mean, even CNN had to come clean the other day and say, that the evidence is clear. Iran is losing control over the strait. They've probably, for the most part, lost control. They still have a bit of a nuisance factor. They can fire the random missile here and there or the random drone. But, that's going to decrease gas prices. I think some of the speculation in the oil markets has been fear of escalation, but I don't think there's going to be escalation. I think we're going to let this economic strangle work. And now, again, we've got 15 million barrels coming through the Gulf, whether it's through the Strait or through alternative pipelines. So, I think the end is near in terms of the burden on the American consumer. But, is that soon enough for November 3rd? And that's the challenge for us.
Right. I mean, to be fair, it does change from one day to the next. And I think this week, the numbers of ships going through the Strait of Hormuz is down sharply on the week before. But since you mentioned the midterms and November the 3rd, I mean, we are, David, 3 months away? And we're looking at some record spending as well in the build-up to that election on November the 3rd. How's it looking? What's your hunch as to who's going to be in control of the House and the Senate at the end of all of this?
My sense is that the Democrats will take back the House. I think the Senate is up for grabs, but I think there's a lot of factors working for the Democrats in the Senate. One interesting fact, especially for viewers overseas, is that the Republicans actually have a narrower margin in the House, which is a much larger body than their margin in the Senate. I think it's a margin of 5 in the House and 6 in the Senate. So the House is, in a year when the generic Democratic preference is much larger than the generic Republican preference, it should not be difficult to take back the House. The Senate is really a matter of about 30 plus statewide elections, each with their own situations. And I think a number of them, look very good for the Democrats in seats that we don't hold now. I think Sherrod Brown in Ohio is a good bet to get sent to the Senate once again. He's very well known in Ohio, and he wins every election when Donald Trump isn't on the ballot. And Donald Trump isn't on the ballot this year, and if he was, he probably wouldn't do well anyway. So I think Ohio looks good. There's a similar situation in North Carolina where the former governor, I believe his name is Roy Cooper, is also very familiar to voters in that state. He's doing well against someone who sort of has the worst attributes of a generic Republican. I think through a bunch of very unusual circumstances, I think the Democrats settled on a strong candidate to go against Susan Collins in Maine, Troy Jackson, who has been both a logger and a legislator, and I think really is what the previous nominee presented himself as being, a blue-collar guy who understands how people live in Maine and what they think about what's happening to their state and their country. And I think he's a good bet against Susan Collins, who I think has outlasted her welcome in Maine. And I think you find other in Georgia, John Ossoff, I think, is a very good bet to be reelected. And you go state by state, and a lot of the local realities are very good for the Democrats.
Right, and I've been watching Greg's facial expressions there. He's been nodding quite vigorously throughout everything you've been saying. I don't know if that means you really do agree, Greg, but let me put something else to you as well, Greg, as we turn back to you. I mean, what would it mean for the Trump presidency were the Republicans to lose control of both houses?
Well, that would be, I think, a real challenge. I mean, we're sort of baking in losing the House, so that wouldn't shock me. I think the Democrats end up with a 10-seat majority. It's not going to be a massive, so-called blue wave, which would be a Democrat wave, like we saw perhaps in 2018 or going way back to 2006. It's going to be tight because of the redistricting and some of the Supreme, the court decisions on racially biased congressional seats. And so that favors the Republicans. The median House seat is the median House district, Trump won by 5 points. The median Senate district, Trump won by 13. But I agree with David. I think, the House is kind of a layup for the Democrats. They'll typically win 75% of the toss-ups, and there are enough toss-ups, 16, I think, that will give them a majority. The Senate's a little bit more of a challenge. David's right. North Carolina is looking good. That would be a flip. Georgia's looking great for the Democrats, but they already have that seat. Michigan, New Hampshire, also leaning Democrat, but those are already sitting Democrat seats. They've got to flip North Carolina. They could very well flip Ohio, but that's only two. Maine, Susan Collins always surprises. So, the toss-ups right now are Alaska, Iowa, Maine, and Ohio. I think it would be a miracle for the Democrats to win 3 out of 4 there. So, again, without getting, into boring detail, I think the map just happens to favor Republicans. That's better lucky than smart.
Okay, let's move on to our penultimate topic of the day. It's been announced that the White House press secretary, Karoline Leavitt, is leaving her post at the end of this month. She's, of course, only 28 years old, and she's the youngest White House press secretary ever. David, I want to ask you what sort of a tone you think she's set for the Trump presidency in her capacity as White House press secretary.
I think the role of White House press secretary in both of President Trump's terms has been very different from traditional White House press secretaries for presidents of either party. It used to be that a press secretary was an explainer, maybe someone who would even try to make friends with representatives of the media. What you have now is a press secretary as an arguer, and he's looking for somebody who will just get up there and argue with the press who is in the room and say what they're told to say and not say anything else and not answer any questions they don't like. And that's a job description. You're looking who can fill a job description like that. It's not your traditional press secretary, who very often used to be a member of the media themselves or someone with a public relations career. It's someone like Leavitt. It's someone like, to pick one name that is very familiar to cable TV viewers in the United States, Scott Jennings is on TV a lot arguing in defense of the administration. So I think I can't predict who it will be, but I think it's likely to be someone who is more of an arguer than an explainer.
Greg, do you accept that the job description of White House press secretary has done what David has said, evolved from being an explainer to being an arguer?
Yeah, there's some merit to that. Look, I think, Karoline Leavitt was really well liked, of course, by conservatives, right? And I think when the media 10 years ago moved from having a liberal bias to a downright activist tone or activist nature to it, I think it required some pushback. It required someone like Karoline. So maybe they tone it down a little and get good ideas. Scott Jennings. I think Peter Doocy from Fox, as you know, the president really likes Fox News people in his cabinet. So it wouldn't surprise me if it's someone like Scott or Peter, but difficult really big shoes to fill, frankly. I mean, I thought she was great at her job and very well liked, at least by the conservative media.
Okay, that's Karoline Leavitt. I want to ask about another person now, just to wrap up our discussion. One of President Trump's longest-serving and most loyal aides is someone by the name of Natalie Harp. And I want to ask both of you for your assessment here. Why has Natalie Harp all of a sudden been front page news all over the place? David?
I guess I'll start with what I think we know about her. She, I believe, has a title, Executive Assistant to the President. She reports directly to the President. She makes $150,000 a year, which is not bad money to be making. And she was put on the plane with the President coming back from Turkey when cabinet secretaries and the news media and others were left on Air Force One. So Air Force One, in effect, became the decoy plane and the plane that the president, and she was on the plane that the president flew back on. And when people ask what she does, they say that she gets, as what I guess is a major responsibility in this administration, maybe more important than a speechwriter. She gets to be a tweet writer. She gets to post things under the president's name on his Truth Social website and maybe on Twitter as well. And she prints out online materials from emails to articles from online sources to give them to the president. So there's some curiosity, I guess, about who this person is and why she's more essential, and I guess to protect her safety than some cabinet members.
Greg, I mean, just picking up on some of what David was saying there, I mean, as well as being President Trump's assistant, she's variously described as he said, as a tweet writer, but also a ferocious Trump defender and a, quote, gatekeeper. What's your understanding of what she does?
I think that's all true. She's a right-hand person to the president. I think every executive has someone like that. Doesn't surprise me. I had not heard her name really since the 2020 Republican convention where she did a speech. So I had to really refresh. And the reason she's front page news now is John Ossoff, the Democrat candidate or incumbent senator from Georgia, made a crack the other day in a press conference or some kind of event, and, criticizing the president, which is fine. That's what the opposition does. But he made this crack about, President Trump is just running around with her. And it kind of implied, suggested that there was something a little bit uncool about that. So I thought that was a mistake. It really didn't land. He's had to defend himself even on lefty or left-leaning media like CNN or MSNBC. And that's been difficult. So look, the president's not afraid to, make insults and call people names. But it's funny, when other people try it, it just doesn't land, whether it's Republicans or Democrats. It was a really awkward moment, and I'm sure John Ossoff regrets it.
David, you know the workings of the White House. Does every president have a Natalie Harp equivalent?
I don't know that every president has a Natalie Harp equivalent who, if they had to, people may have seen the TV show Designated Survivor about how at every State of the Union there's one cabinet member who isn't in the Capitol for the speech. So if some kind of apocalyptic calamity takes place, there'll be a designated survivor. Every president may have someone in some ways like Natalie Harp. I don't know how many would make them their designated survivor, as he seems to have done.
Okay, well, I wonder whether we're going to be hearing a lot more about Natalie Harp in the weeks and months ahead. Who knows? Her career is still young. Thank you both very much. We're going to have to leave it there. David Kusnet, you had the last word. Thank you very much indeed to you. And thank you as well to our other panelist, Greg Swenson, who joined us from Chicago this week. Thank you, gentlemen, very much indeed.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Now, this year, 2026, marks a centenary in diplomatic relations between France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Well, formal diplomatic ties were first established in 1926. Well, today, the two countries enjoy a close strategic partnership spanning defense, security, trade, investment, energy, culture, and tourism. Well, ties between Riyadh and Paris have deepened under Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and the French President Emmanuel Macron. Well, Macron has been in office for the best part of a decade, and it's reported that the two leaders maintain regular contact, coordinating closely on regional security and diplomatic efforts across the Middle East. Well, to discuss this further, we're joined now by Dr. Louis Blin, who is a historian of the Middle East and the former French Consul General in Jeddah. He joins us today from Paris. Thank you so much indeed for joining us, Dr. Blin. And now I understand you've lived across the Middle East and North Africa as well. I wanted to ask you a bit more about your relationship with Saudi Arabia, which, by the sounds of things, dates back several years.
Yes, I spent 4 years in Jeddah as the French Consul General, and it was one of my most interesting postings after 5 or 6 other countries in the Middle East.
Just turning our attention to the present day, it's reported that His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and the French President Emmanuel Macron speak quite often. I mean, how would you describe the state of relations between Riyadh and Paris?
France and Saudi Arabia, as you properly mentioned, have 1 century of relations since the very beginning of the kingdom. But it goes far backwards because the first one to be interested in the Saudi state was Napoleon 300 years ago. And by the way, we will celebrate 3 centuries of the Saudi state next year, which means that it's one of the most stable countries in the world. This means that the French and the Saudis have a common past, and they share common interests nowadays, and they are trying to build a common future on, of course, mutual interest in especially cooperation in the cultural field.
Okay, so I mean, everything you've said suggests a strong and mutually supportive relationship between Riyadh and Paris, with this personal dimension that you mentioned as well. You also touched on the Iran war. And specifically on that point, I want to ask you whether you think there is common ground and perhaps some shared frustrations between Riyadh and Paris on this particular issue.
Yes, you know, we have an experience that the quickest way to get rid of a foe is to make out of it a friend. That's what happened with us, with Germany after the Second World War. And why wouldn't it happen in the Middle East as well? There are a lot of problems between Iran and its neighbors, but I believe that it could not be solved with violence. The war, always worsens the situation in Iran as well as in Yemen, of course, which is a byproduct. So I believe that where the actors, the regional actors, eager to solve it without interference from actors who have nothing else than war in mind, it would work. Why not? And we would be supporting such a prospect, which might happen quite quickly, because everybody now knows that there is no issue of this war. So either it lasts for years and there will be only losers, including us, ourselves, or it will be solved by some sort of a stalemate, but at a condition that everybody wants to build a common future, and I believe that a common future in the Gulf is in the interest of both sides of the Gulf.
Sure. I wondered if there was one word, one adjective you would use to describe this relationship between Paris and Riyadh, a relationship that, as I said at the beginning, is now in its 100th year. Yes.
You know, we have been through a lot of issues, which, especially after 9/11, which were trying to divide us. but it never succeeded. Now we have been for 1 century two countries which respect each other. And I believe the answer to your question is mutual respect.
Mutual respect. Thank you very much indeed. On that note, we're going to wrap up. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Dr. Louis Blin, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much for welcoming me.
Well, that's all we have time for on Global News today. As always, you can watch our interviews in full on our YouTube channel. Meanwhile, we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow with a look back at some of the best interviews of the week. Until then, thanks and goodbye.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black. It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
Poverty spreads along with administrative corruption and domestic violence. Our team arrived in the state of Uttar Pradesh in northern India, home to around 250 million people. Society in this large Asian country is divided into 4 main classes. But today our journey is to learn about a group that lies outside this social structure. The Dalits, or those considered untouchable. A Hindu group considered to be at the very bottom of society by Indian standards. Members of this group are born into lives filled with marginalization, exclusion, violations of their most basic rights, and even rape. Do the victims remain silent forever? A woman from this class decides, specifically from the city of Banda, to put an end to these practices, and forms a gang, yes, a gang for the oppressed. On a special mission, our team managed to reach this woman and investigate the background of her group.
मेरा नाम संपत पाल है, मैं गुलाबी गैंग की राष्ट्रीय कमांडर हूँ, और गुलाबी गैंग जो है वो महिलाओं के हित के लिए बनाया गया है.
My name is Sampat Pal. I am the leader of the Gulabi gang. We were founded to champion the rights of women. A woman cares for her family and her husband's family, so why shouldn't she be respected? That is what drove me to establish this gang, and it became known as Gulabi Gang in 2006.
One day, Sampat Pal saw a man mercilessly abusing his wife and witnessed it. She asked him to stop, but he assaulted her as well, so she returned the next day, accompanied by 5 other women carrying bamboo sticks, and punished the perpetrator. Harshly, the news spread like wildfire, and soon women began approaching Sampat Pal in large numbers, requesting similar interventions. Many women stepped forward to join her group, so she decided that this Newly formed association needed a uniform and a name. Does the Gulabi Gang truly seek to defend the rights of the marginalized? Or does it have other motives? In the absence of law, does the people have the right to become an independent authority? Sampat Pal regularly meets with members of her gang, all of them women, to discuss the city's conditions and inform her about those in need of help.
राजीव गांधी वो शहीद हुए और
You cannot be an activist without facing some challenges. This is how we learned about activists. Gandhi struggled much. Many with him were killed. Indira Gandhi sacrificed her life for society. Rajiv Gandhi was martyred. Even Bhagat Singh was hanged. There are even more names in our community. If we do not face these problems, we will gain nothing in this world.
Everyone here knows this gang, from their organized military-style marches to their distinctive matching pink outfits. Gulabi in Hindi means the color pink, and this bright color is not a random choice that it had relied on in the past.
The official color of the gang is pink. It is the symbol of women. It has always been associated with them. It's their favorite color. We have basic rights. We must be educated. When men try to stop us, we must teach them. Thanks to the 30% quota of seats, women can now become village heads. This quota was allocated by Rajiv Gandhi. We are doing this today because we have secured this quota. In a single day, I will travel between the villages where women hold leadership positions. When we are there, do not address the men. Tell the men, you are not the leader. Your wife is. Let your wives speak up, or you will not find a place among us. Around 1,000 or 2,000 women belong to the Gulabi gang. This is how change is made. An awakening is only possible if we know our rights. With a large number, specifically from the Banda district, in simple steps, we should discuss ideas and not fight with each other. We joined the Gulabi gang for a simple reason. We are suffering from problems, and we want to solve them. I draw my inspiration from my own personal experiences, and that is why I invited and trained women in this organization.
They sing motivational songs together before preparing to head into the streets, with everyone participating, even children, as Sampat Pal represents a role model for them.
There might be quite a few, maybe 1,000 or 2,000, but that's not the case in our Banda district. There are many people who should join the Gulabi gang. The reason is that when someone shares their troubles, we need to help resolve their issues.
Sampat Pal tried to formally engage in politics, which led her to run independently in parliamentary elections, but she did not achieve the result she wanted, yet others from the Gulabi gang gained significant political influence. In 2010, 21 members of the gang were elected to panchayat positions overseas. Local issues such as road construction, water sanitation, and agricultural development plans.
We started the Gulabi gang to uplift women and confront the system. Be happy whether it's a girl or a boy. Educate the girl, educate the boy, give them equal education. Only then will our society progress.
They don't say anything. What is there to say? They just want to show us a fight, thinking there won't be a fight. Our work will be disrupted, and then everything will be finalized. We don't speak up because our men support us and don't side with anyone else's household. Our men stand by us wherever you go.
This movement began with only dozens of women, but today the number of members of the Gulabi movement is estimated in the thousands across different Indian states. However, the number of active members can change. It is difficult to give an exact figure, as it operates as a decentralized movement without formal membership requirements.
Sister, the woman who faces oppression. In-laws frequently mistreat sisters and daughters. They don't keep them, they beat them well. They have it too. She goes to them and explains clearly that you need to keep it. So they keep them well and do what is necessary. Now those who drink alcohol, right? Such people are given all the utensils, so sister gives them, she also punishes. That's not the case with them. Also for improvement. They work too, trying to build her own home.
She and her group of women wear pink saris and carry sticks. They did not limit themselves to fighting injustice and corruption, but also confront police officers, corrupt officials, and abusive husbands. The Gulabi gang also organized protests to improve roads and provide clean water tanks, as well as protesting violence directed at Dalit women.
Look, whether it's a politician, an official, or a village thug, I am always ready to stand against them, whether they are politicians, thugs, or officials. We are always ready with our sticks. And I believe that if an official behaves like a thug, we have our sticks to deal with them. But if an official stands for justice, they are like a brother to us. This is our stance.
The Gulabi gang asserts that it stands firmly against social injustice and works toward justice and economic empowerment for women, providing shelter for widows, pressuring authorities to fulfill their duties and expand food distribution in deprived areas, and teaching women self-defense skills. It also helps rape victims report cases and obtain justice. The means of achieving these goals vary widely, from reconciliation sessions to protests, from cooperation with local authorities to punishing rapists using wooden sticks.
They handle buildings like their dough, then head home. If they persecute them, we will take them away. Let's go with us. Let's kill you with us. They take them out when they come home. So we will fight. No one will hit or abuse you. We will live well while carrying the pink stick.
But an important question remains. What is the view of men in this traditional society? To answer this question, we followed the Gulabi gang during its tour of the Central Market.
Gulabi gang is led by Sampat Pal, who has been involved for 20 years. Living in the same village means we always meet.
They confront the weak in an unconventional way and put on an engaging display as if they were part of a famous rock band with all eyes on them. Are these looks of admiration, or is there something else?
If we seek help from those in power, they can assist us, but it's not guaranteed that they will.
The suffering of women in this society is not foreign to Sampat Pal, as she was married at the age of 12 and took up the stick at 16.
Initially, I wasn't aware, and I hadn't formed the Gulabi gang. The Gulabi gang didn't exist back then. If I had known about it earlier, perhaps I would have acted similarly. I would have sent them to jail myself. Now, I often think about how our daughter is studying. We educated our son, educated our daughter, brought a daughter-in-law. Everything is going well. Our family is also thriving. So I have 4 daughters and 1 son. This is my son, Kamta Prasad. He's also married now. Look, brother, their daughter is becoming our daughter-in-law, right?
The elder boy who talks.
Yes, let's go.
They said, "Don't teach us through experience," I replied. "If you were like that."
How do you do it? Do you do it? Yes. How do you do it? Our daughter-in-law has also completed her MA. She is well educated, and our daughter is capable in every way. I have built a good family, and along with my family, I have worked for others as well. Go ahead and make a difference. People often say to take care of your own home first, so we focused on our own household initially. Only after that did we work outside.
Since last year, the talker and other thugs have been meddling in the land deeds. They are causing trouble, claiming that the land belongs to them and not to the locals. They are forcibly filling the land with soil and marking it with stones to assert their ownership. This has been happening for the past 15 days. When Sampat Pal intervened, she put a stop to it. Now that she has intervened, things have come to a halt. But the problem remains with us here. When we were building our house, they were calling us thugs, saying that this is Talker's land, meaning, don't build your house here, this is our land, you need to leave, you have no claim here. And if we have the land deed, why should we leave? We will stay right here, where else would we go? So in terms of the land allotment, we're saying there's no ours or yours here. We're saying we need the land deeds. We need the land deeds. Our land has been here for 20 years. It's been 25 years since the dispute.
While Gulabi women roam the city, she receives some women in her home to listen to their problems.
Let me tell you what happened with me. Our goat got loose and started eating the wheat. So the Brahmin's mother came over. She caught the goat and tied it up at her house. When she tied it up, my brother-in-law went over and brought the goat back, tying it up at our place. After tying him up, they started hurling abuses. When they began abusing, his son was also there. The younger one explained the whole situation. From here, they took us there and then started grabbing land, saying, "Tell us, he's a poor man. Why don't you write an application for him? Why not? When you write a report, they say he's a leader. He's a leader. So let him be a leader." What do? The poor man is running here and there out of fear, and they're making him fall there. So if you only listen to them and not to us, then what can we do? That's where the Gulabi gang comes in. Sampat Pal from the Gulabi gang. It was Sampat Pal who helped us. I filed a report.
Yes, when women face atrocities, she goes there to resolve the issue and comes back. She comes back. Didi comes back. Sampat Pal arrives.
What should she do? She should ensure that some legal action or court intervention takes place. There should be some expenses too, as we are being suppressed and intimidated by powerful people. They have power, and we feel helpless. It should be like this, but I've lived in the village. The children's ashes that the next program will raise.
That girl ran away with a man 8 years older, believing he was well off. But she discovered in the first nights of marriage the opposite, so she returned to her family the next morning. The girl asked Sampat Pal to intervene to annul the marriage.
The daughter got her Aadhaar card number increased, just like that. Yes, if she was coming for studies, then it has increased up to 5. The issue of the mark sheet is from 5 years ago. If it aligns with the Aadhaar card, she is considered a minor. We need the 5-mark sheet. Anyone can get an Aadhaar card made, right? One error, right? Yes, an error, and fled again.
In the eyes of many, Sampat Pal may be seen as a woman who rebels against social norms, yet she does not hide her adherence to many traditions. As she does with this young woman trying to determine her age by examining her arms. In India, a person is not considered an adult until reaching 18. Therefore, the marriage is considered invalid because the girl has not yet reached this age. The Gulabi gang may claim that it is committed to achieving justice, but not everyone shares the same view. The methods of this group, which at times include direct confrontation and even violence, raise concerns among some thinkers.
Administration which has a lot to answer, because despite the fact that the government is trying its level best to penetrate into the society, they are still far from the actual issue which needs to be sorted out. And it is at this stage that the government feels little constrained, because Gulabi gang has its approach, had its connection within the family, within the society, and they can manage things rather very easily they can flag up issues. They come to know about a particular problem right in the beginning. Whereas the government has its constraints, it cannot go into at the village level all the time, and they are not present in fact. And the Gulabi people, they are basically from the community, so they are easy. They can in fact manage things much earlier as compared to the government officials.
It is a parallel system. It is a system which is not constitutional or which is not legitimized by the provisions of the country. We know that the socio-political conditions of any society can spark off responses in the citizen. And here this was a feminist response which was to the conditions of women in that area. It included things like domestic violence, it included things like lack of rights, privileges, opportunities for women. So we can see that these are very crass conditions, very poor, abject conditions in which women were living. And so they thought it pertinent to come on the ground and take the law in their own hands and improve their own situation. Gulabi gang has made its presence felt. So in a way it should modulate its confrontationist stand, and it should now try and align itself with the ideas or with the we can say policies of the government.
I feel very happy. I am thinking that every woman should become like Sampat Pal. They just want the pink gang to end. This name will definitely continue, and that makes me happy.
The Hadid family is a name many of us know through business, design, culture, and philanthropy. For the first time, we were granted exclusive access to the Hadid family estate in Rhodes, Greece. We sat down with designer and architect Mohammed Hadid, his daughter, designer and businesswoman Marielle Hadid, and his brother, entrepreneur Mahmoud Hadid. Join us for a rare look inside the family, their story, and the legacy that continues to inspire generations.
Welcome, Mahmoud, at Arabiya English. Thank you so much for inviting us at your house here in Rhodes. So as Palestinian American, can you tell us why did you choose specifically Rhodes?
I had the privilege to move here with my father, who worked in the United States government at the USIA and the Voice of America in 1970, and he was based on Rhodes. So I was able to come to Rhodes and live in Greece and study in Greece.
Alongside with your work in environmental engineering and the real estate development, you have also donated money to the Red Crescent, to the United Nations and other organizations. You have also helped orphans and poor people here in Rhodes. So can you tell us more about these projects?
That is correct. Besides doing many things with orphans locally in Greece or in other parts of the world, I mentioned the Red Crescent when we were separated in 1948, and then I was born. It was the Red Crescent were able to unite my parents. In those days, there was of course no telephones and all that. I had an opportunity to be invited by Dr. Mohammed Al-Hadid, who started the Red Crescent in 1948 in Jordan. Once I was able to visit the Red Crescent, Amman, Jordan, I found a lot of children in need of help. The hospital needed equipment. We were able, my wife and I, to donate X-ray, MRI equipment, and other things that the hospital requested from us. Most recently, a few months ago, I was able to visit the hospital, and I was able to meet approximately 100 children who were brought from Gaza. These children did not have legs, limbs, head injuries, blindness, lost their parents. It makes me very sad to see children 6 years old, 7 years old, 9 years old, no legs, no arms. It is a very sad, these children are only victims of war, family, losing their parents, losing their country, Gaza. So it was very important, and the most honorable mission is to continue to work with the Red Crescent, the Red Cross. Many of the Red Crescent aid helpers were killed, bombed in hospitals. It is very sad that the humanitarians who are helping the victims of war would also become victims because of their helping victims. So there's nothing more honorable in my life that I did, more rewarding than taking care of the children of Gaza, my people, the Palestinians. So it is very rewarding, emotionally sad, but due to our faith, believing in God and in Allah, we hope for a better tomorrow. And so I do support also Her Royal Highness Alia Al Hussein and her effort to save animals in it's called Small Miracles. So it's not only the human impact, it's not only the children who are lose their limbs and their families, so it's the environment as a whole. Without it, we cannot live.
You have often spoken about your Palestinian refugee status. Can you please tell us more about this experience? How has it shaped your outlook on success and your whole identity?
Well, it's never comfortable to be displaced from your home, from your country, to be stripped of the ability to exercise your rights with your faith and other beliefs. So in the beginning, it was very confusing to be traveling at a year and a half old. I was born in Damascus, Syria. Then at the age of 1.5, I left for Lebanon. At 3, I was an infant, left for Tunis. At 10, to America. And being labeled a refugee, when it's not refugee, not in the context that we were poor or living in tents, but it gives the stigma to what refugee meant. You could be a king and be displaced from your country, like in Greece and other Spain. So it was very frustrating to try to overcome language, cultural differences, to be accepted in society. So the challenges were not to keep up, but try to excel, to catch up. Once we did, we were able to do good things with that knowledge. We turned it to positive energy, and we started to contribute for the better world and environmental work and other things such as, helping people who can't help themselves anymore.
Your ancestor, Dahir al-Umar, was the ruler of Palestine on the 18th century. Can you please tell our audience more about his legacy and his story?
Yes, Dahir al-Umar was a leader in Palestine in the 18th century. He unified the business world between Jews, he brought them from Tiberias, he protected the Christians in Nazareth. He was able to have industry unification and believed, and he actually liberated it by removing even Napoleon from the era. Dahir al-Umar was considered king of Galilee and prince of Nazareth. He built the Church of the Annunciation, where the Virgin Mary, at the well of the Virgin Mary, where of course Gabriel gave the annunciation of the coming of Jesus Christ. Dahir al-Umar was very open, liberal, ideology thinking, and liberated the Arab world and brought unity between the three faiths to work and prosper together. So his legacy, from my mother's side, Khiriye Dahir al-Umar, Dahir al-Dahir, is embedded. My father is Anwar Hadid from Sapad, but lived in Nazareth and under British rule. The first four children were born in Palestine, Muhammad being the last. Muhammad was 2 weeks old when we went back to our home from Nazareth, where he was born, and Dahir al-Umar's home, where my mother was born, and went back to Safed to go back into the home, and he was denied entrance, and he was taken to Lebanon, to where my aunt lived. My father went from Safed to Syria, and unfortunately, there was a lot of killing that night, and later the Red Crescent was able to reunite us. I and the other four children were born as, say, refugees in Syria, and left Syria on a refugee Palestinian voyage.
You have spoken openly about the Israeli-Palestinian war and the illegal settlements in West Bank. Can you please tell us more about your thoughts?
I've been to Palestine, I've been to the West Bank, Akka, Haifa, Tiberias, Ramallah. For me, it's a microism of what's happening in the world today, where we are allowing genocide, killing, displacing of my people, so it's more effective on my feelings. I don't agree with war in general. I don't agree in the destruction of the creatures and the animals and the planet, because war is never good for anything, any war. In this particular case, yes, I'm totally against the genocide, the ethnic cleansing, and I'm most disturbed by the silence of the greater powers who may actually be financing it. And so it has conflicts, because I'm American, I'm Arab, I'm born between cultures of religion, faith, the Holy Land, and visiting the Jordan River and so forth. So it does have emotional impact, but you have to be strong to overcome everything and not deal with it in emotions, but try to make it a better world again if possible.
Were you able to go back to Palestine as well?
I was in Palestine in 1989 during the first Intifada. I was detained 3 hours at the airport by the military. I was guns and all were triggering to get me to react violently so that I can become the cause of why I should have been maybe injured. But I was able to keep my discipline. They put me on a plane and I never went back. At that time, I also removed many things from the house of Dahir al-Umar, where my father, and shipped them to Miami from Haifa.
I understand that you have a long-lasting relationship with Saudi Arabia and the Gulf countries. Can you tell us how this relationship started and how it has evolved?
My relationship with the Saudis never really started in college, but in the Gulf War, I started to work in the environmental because of the oil well fires was the first time it was used as a weapon against the environment, against humanity. So we used, the World Health Organization licensed us to use bacteria for the first time, a war on the environment to save the environment. So I had the opportunity to work in Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait Oil Companies, Bechtel's, Dow Chemicals, and we helped clean up the oil well fires. We do remediation of the soil where we're not burning it, but for example, inject bacteria into the earth, augmentation of the sewage plants, because with Saddam, all the motors were shut off, the pumps. So levels of H2S gas, total suspended solids, and others, toxins, were in the air. So I was there for the oil well fires. My first job was in Jabal Ali in Saudi Arabia before we liberated Kuwait, and I was able to enter Kuwait. Also with the time of Hajj in Mecca, so we were there also. Mecca and Riyadh, Dammam, Dahran, and I entered Kuwait during the liberation, and this is where I met my wife Alia.
We can see here in the pictures as well that you are a loving couple. Can you tell us more about this relationship and how it started?
Well, when I reached Kuwait, I set up offices with Aurora, a international company that makes the microorganisms. They actually made it for food products, grease, fats. So, but I was hiring, and Alia came to interview, and she had the best credentials. She knew Arab word perfect. She was able to speak Arabic, English. She had a degree in business management or accounting, but she was working already with the Arab shipping company. And then she joined me. A week later, I went to see her father, and we got married because on February 15th, all Palestinians had to leave, 400,000 from Kuwait. They were kicked out. So I married her February 6th, called our good friend, Mr. Zanouna, who was in Jordan, and he allowed us to bring her family to Amman. We got married in Kuwait during the liberation, and been happily together for the last 35 years.
How is your relationship and your families as well with President Trump right now? Because I understand that it has been through some ups and downs.
That is correct. Pre-1986, in 80s, end of the 70s, when 76 was the oil booms, the oil embargoes. Mr. Trump was a great real estate tycoon. My brother Mohammed Hadid was also a big tycoon in real estate. Ritz-Carltons, the World Trade Centers in Washington, beautiful villas that they built for some of the royal members of the Saudi and other, and he's very well known, Mohammed, of course, as partners and more intimate with them than I was. Then, of course, as times changed, I'm not sure we have any direct conflicts or have any. When my father died in 1989, Trump was cordial enough to send condolences to Mohammed. So you cannot say anything. Politics, as you mentioned, my nieces might be more vocal, some of us, but it's a balance. But I don't believe there's any direct conflict with Mr. Trump, President Trump, or his family. Mohammed and Donald had good respect for each other as business tycoons in the real estate in New York, Washington, Aspen, and so forth.
Before ending this interview, I know your close ties with your family. So I would like to ask you, what is the message that you want to pass on to them?
Well, to make my father proud, and my grandmother who died in Rhodos, and my mother, and 80% of my family who I've already buried, was always, my motto would be the same as it would be on my gravestone, that whatever I found in life, I leave it more beautiful than I find it.
Thank you so much.
So here you have my father, Anwar Hadid, my mother, Khiriye Dahir al-Omar, princess, my twin sister Maha, the baby, the eldest, my sister Ghada Hadid Herndon, the banker. That's me, Mahmoud. Next to me is my brother Muhammad, Raida, the second eldest sister, my brother Majid, who is an attorney, Majida, Sana, my apologies, Sana Hadid, lives in Amman now, also married my first cousin, Zuhair Hadid, and Majida Hyatt. This is my family. Here are the grandchildren, or the nieces, nephews. Here's Alana with Michelle. This is my, Bella and one of my nephew, Yazan's son, Amin. So when they were all children, and as we had wedding parties, functions, we were able to enjoy their childhood. And this is Gigi, and this is Gigi. My apology. Bella, you will see her in other photos. But yeah, Wasim, Yazan. This is Alana, again, Lina. This is Muhammad with his 5 children. The eldest being Marielle, Alana, Gigi, Bella, Anwar, Yolanda, and yours truly, Muhammad Hadid.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hadid, for joining us at Al Arabiya English. In some of your interviews, you have mentioned how important it is to you to encourage your children to be proud of their Palestinian heritage. Can you explain to us why this is so important as a message to pass them on to them?
It's always been because I think from my parents' side that I learned about my heritage, which I know I have a long history of culture and heritage in my family member, between my family members, my mother especially. Her parents, her father, grandfather, great-grandfather was the ruler in land of Galilee at one time from 1725 to 1775. He ruled Dahir al-Omar Zaydani. So we have culture, heritage within us. So we wanted to keep that. So my mother always taught us not to hate anyone, including what the people who have done to us in the past, who we invited into our homes. And I always asked my mother, "Why don't you tell me about this?" She said, "We didn't want you to hate." So they waited until we are much later on in life and they gave us specifically what happened to them in 1948 and before. 1946, when they invited some of the refugees from Poland and other parts of Europe to come and stay with them. So that kind of touched me personally because of their generosity and self-awareness, for them to know that they have done something good for the world. And but in fact, it turned on them. In 1948, they kicked us all out. I was a baby. I was 6 days old when I was born in Nazareth, Palestine at the time, and at my great-grandfather's home in Nazareth. And my mother came back to our home in Safed, and they will not allow us into our home. So therefore, I see how my father taught us to be kind and to be good, regardless, and without pain. And I always thought to my mother, why you never tell us these things? She said, we don't want you to learn about the massive experiences of what happened to us. We want you to make your own decisions about life, and then you can learn about the history. Otherwise, you're going to get stuck in pain. And therefore, I now want to do the same thing with my kids. But my kids already by that time they knew about our family. They knew about me. They knew about my mother and father and their cousins and their family members. So they are aware of who they are. And of course, they took on the Palestinian issue because that was the sensitive issue, not of them being half Dutch and half Irish and so on and so forth. We are Palestinians. They feel good about being Palestinians, being Muslim, being part of that culture. So that's pretty much the way they have approached it, and without really pushing them, they loved it. They loved being who they are. They loved the culture. They loved the food. My mother was always teaching them about the food, about her background, our background, and how we lived our life through that, through my mother and my father, their kindness, that you don't need to be upset and sad, even though we are sad and upset, but it's relatively not the same. Other people who have suffered and still until today suffering in our parts of the world.
I have seen that you touched a little bit the Israeli and Palestinian conflict, and you have spoken very vividly regarding the illegal settlements in West Bank. Can you explain to us what are your thoughts on these subjects?
Oh, because you have to, for sure, when you have as I have and my kids have, a huge amount of followers, huge, and not because of this conflict, because of what we do in life. Of course, I have been literally shadow banned for a long time. I mean, I used to have 6-7 million followers. Now I have 1.5 million, not because of anything. They shut me down. My daughters have probably about 500 million followers. So they have voice, and we need to voice ourselves to put our conflict on stage for people to see reality. We're humans. We're intelligent. We are educated, and we want people not to think that what they tell others who are the Palestinians are just goem or animals or so on. We know who we are. We don't have to even explain that. So this is the reason why I did not tell Bella or Gigi or Alana or Marielle or Anwar what to do, what to say. They said it on their own because they know that's their father's issue, and they need to stay with it.
What is your connection with Saudi Arabia and the Gulf countries? And how has this relationship evolved?
Oh, it's always been very, very good. I have always I do a non-disclosure agreements with everybody I do work with, especially in the Gulf countries. I don't. When I do things around there, I keep it very private to myself. I don't go out and say I'm doing this with this family or this family or that family. But I've done a lot in Saudi Arabia. I've had several, mostly residential projects that I've done in the past. But these are all private, and I don't like to bring up names. But I always enjoyed doing things in the Arab world, because it's my I mean, I love being there to begin with. Plus, I love the people I work with. I've done something in Qatar. I've done their first hotel there in 1979. Major hotel, probably his first hotel there in Qatar. And then I've done a lot of things in Egypt. I've done the largest, probably the largest building ever built in Egypt, residential and commercial, and doing another project in the North Coast. I love doing business. As a matter of fact, I want to do things in places like Oman, which I love. I just kind of went there, and the people there are so amazing and make me feel so comfortable. Now I want to take my talent, and if I have left, I'm getting older, so I want to share what I've done. Of course, most of my work was in America, and in Athens, and Rhodes with my brother. My brother was literally, in my opinion, is a genius, but he doesn't want to say he is, but he really is a brilliant guy in his own way.
I have seen that you have done a lot of jobs. Real estate development is one of them. And then you went into business, you've done a lot of philanthropy. You've even represented Jordan as a professional skier in the Olympics. Can you tell us why you've been through so many different career paths?
I think between careers, sometimes the market collapses, something else happens, so you have a void, and that void I never want to be a void. I want to do something crazy, like the Olympics you mentioned. That was I used I had a Jordanian passport at the time, and that was the only way I could have gotten in, because I couldn't be with the Austrian team when all these guys are crazy. And I learned how to ski by a friend of mine named Franz Berber, who is probably the most important speed skier in the world. And I shouldn't have done it, because it's very dangerous. By the way, I don't know if you know that sport, speed skiing they stopped it because it was so dangerous. So I went there with them, and I was trained in Portillo, Chile, and in Les Arcs, France, and in the wind tunnels in Pasadena and so on. So for speed, I enjoyed it, and I thought, well, so I was at the time the oldest Olympian ever to do that sport specifically. But I did it, and I didn't die, so that was it. I enjoyed it.
Where does life find you today, and what are the projects that you're focusing on?
Well, I continue on trying to stay within my real estate projects. I've done a lot in Los Angeles. I was probably the residential arena. I was probably one of the biggest in the late 90s and early 2000s. My biggest places I've done it is in Northern Virginia and Washington, D.C. I had maybe 8 to 10 million square feet of office space that I've done there, and I enjoy doing that. And then I owned the first five Ritz-Carltons from at the time when I was building the Ritz-Carlton hotel chain with Bill Johnson, the original owner, who bought the Boston Ritz-Carlton, and then from there on, I built some of their hotels as well. And then so my passion was always luxury homes, luxury living, luxury. I mean, for some reason, I had that in me. And as I always said, my mother used to take me to Egypt and other places around in the Middle East. And I used to look at the pyramids and other places like this. And I was fascinated by the not only the Arabic architecture, it's just in general. In Turkey, for example, in all these places. So I would take a piece of this and that, and I'll put them into my homes, I put them into my hotels, I put them in because I just want to kind of put parts of me in all the projects I have done. So I'm always wanted to do big things. I mean, I don't know why, I don't know, but maybe I was just, I just wanted to explore larger projects, and I was successful in it. So here we are.
And finally, what is the message that you would like to share with the world about Palestine?
You know, my motto has always been, where you come from is what makes you who you are. So I feel like I am my culture, my background, my mother's family's background, our homes in Safad and Nazareth, they were an example of what I want to be. I think that's how I felt. I need to move back and look back and see what we have done and enlarge it in different ways. The architecture is just is the way of life. I enjoyed bringing the East and the West together. I enjoy watching my children doing the same thing, and they're doing it on their own. I don't push my kids into anything. Really, truthfully, they are self-aware. Bella, Gigi, Alana, Marielle, Mahmoud, as you know, we are all different, but yet we are all the same. My brother is a genius. It literally is 10 times smarter than I, but he knows how to play with do it with his own way. I have different ways, and we can complement each other. We are actually more alike than we are different.
Thank you very much for joining us at Arabiya English.
My pleasure.
Welcome, Marielle, at Arabiya English. You have done so many jobs, like your uncle and your father. You have started as a model. You have also worked in the fashion industry, and now you co-own and you co-direct the luxury brand, the Hadid Eyewear. Can you please tell us more about your business endeavors?
So I've always been interested in fashion. I started in fashion in high school. I did model a little bit, but I prefer not to be in front of the camera. I get a little nervous. And I went to art school. And then I did a lot of work within the home. So designing, redesigning. I worked with my father in some of his homes, doing staging. After he completed his homes, I would sometimes come and stage them and get them ready for sale. So I worked with him in that way. Both my mother and father are great cooks, love to entertain, and so I did Living Well with Marielle, which was a passion project of mine, and that I would decorate, go into people's houses, fix them up, and cook a lot and entertain, and it was kind of a lifestyle thing. All of that while I was having children, because it was a way for me to get my creativity out while I had young children. And I love to cook. I cook Arabic food. I learned from my teta how to cook all kinds of Arabic food. And so that is part of my life every day. Arabic music, Arabic food, rolling grape leaves with my sisters, Gigi, Bella, and Alana. So things like that. And now we're at Hadid Eyewear. Actually, we started it in 2017, so it's almost 10 years old, but we are relaunching this month, so it's very exciting.
How are you able to balance motherhood and so many jobs at the same time?
I work a lot with my children's schools, but so I'm on the PTA, and I work in my community a lot, doing projects that help the community that I live in. It's a small community, so it's really important to have grassroots safety, the fires, the environment. So we have to take care of our own communities, and I think that that's how I mostly show, rather than speaking a lot about who a Palestinian is or what a Palestinian is, I like to show that I am a Palestinian because I am a woman, a mother, and I care about the community at large. So that's how I take care of my community.
Can you please tell us more how your Palestinian identity has shaped your creativity, your designs, and your whole idea of life?
So I think, as I said, my parents are artists. So I, from both my mother, who's also a partner in our business, so we're three, my sister, my mother, and I, we work together, and she is an Irish American, so she also believes in liberation of people. And I think that shows up just in art in general, of bringing that beauty throughout everything that you do. But in my own style. I mean, for example, this is my grandmother's ring, my teta, so hariye, and I also wear a small coin from Palestine. So on one side, I don't know, it's here somewhere, here. So I keep things close, and gold in general is a way that refugees could leave where they come from and go other places and keep things that have something on them that was worth something.
You have mentioned that you're very close with your family. Would you like to tell us about the values and the messages that you would like to pass on to the next generation?
Yeah, so I call myself the lead Hadid because I am the eldest daughter of Muhammad. So Gigi, Bella, Anwar, and Alana are my younger siblings. And as I said, with Living Well with Marielle, but just generally, I do a lot of the holidays. I bring the family around. We cook together. We are, and we believe strongly in that family bond. And so we are together for the important parts of our life. And here I am in my uncle's house. So, you know, family is very important, and it's the most important thing. And so what I want to show my children always is, you know, that family are the ones who will always be there for you.
Thank you very much for the interview.
Thank you for letting me introduce Hadid Eyewear, and thanks so much.
Here lies the homeland of the Khasi tribe, the largest remaining matrilineal society in the world. Its population is estimated at nearly 1 million people in India. Our travel team set out on a long journey. There, through small villages and narrow roads more than 2,000 kilometers from India's capital, New Delhi, to explore the nature of this unique society. We've arrived at Molinong village, or as its people call it, God's own garden.
मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा यहाँ में. I truly love this place so very much. I love it because it is a Maisi. In our community, everything, absolutely everything, is run by the women. For example, the household work and the farming. All of it is managed by the women.
घर और खेती बाड़ी और सब कुछ लड़की का ऊपर में.
We met Selsalaitha, who told us more about being the youngest daughter in a family belonging to the matrilineal Khasi community.
Being in a matrilineal society is a privilege for us women. It gives us inspiration to do more and to contribute more to society. Us girls, we inherited the property of our parents and the business that our parents work also, like the business that they are currently working also, like we get that. Being the youngest daughter or being the only girl, here we get the privilege of getting all the property of the parents. So eventually you're gonna be rich because you inherit the lands, gold and everything. So yeah, maybe finding a good husband also. We get the help, get the support from the men also.
Even the surname also to our mother, like to the woman, not to women, not like other place in India.
Long ago, titles were passed down from the men. But out of fear that all our men might die in battle, which could cause us to lose our identity as a tribe, the tradition was changed after much thought. So the titles would pass through the women while the man would remain only the head of the household. After that, property also began to pass to the women.
The title goes to the mother. We don't come up so much. Other people know those who have the title to the father, they become rich because his man, he takes responsibility to make his family come up.
Here, women hold power, property and wealth, raising many questions about the men's role. How do they view the matrilineal system they belong to? And what part do they play in it?
The structure of the matrilineal society is still going on very good. Actually, we support it.
We have been following this system for a long time, in this, in Khasi system, and then in this village also. For me, it's we have been following this tradition, so it's okay for me.
The Kasi believe that daughters are the continuation of the family, which deepens the community's desire to have many girls, unlike most other Indian society. Zam, like Sui Tibor, challenge female dominance. He runs an organization calling for the return of men's traditional roles.
Men are not really made or born to be like that. They're born to lead, they're born to control, they want to have authority on something. But he cannot be under authority of someone. So that itself hurts the ego of man. Till this date, as we have done some research, the lifespan of a general Khasi man is about 35 to 45 years age. Very low. Because most of them die of desperation. Most of them die of irresponsibility, we call. So his roles, his responsibility, his dedication is dispersed.
For women here, choosing to remain unmarried carries no social stigma at all. Many do so proudly, taking comfort in their independence. And in this place, it is often the husbands who move in with them, joining their families and their homes, rather than the other way around. The Kasi community holds firmly to its historical roots and traditions deeply tied to nature. Some of its legends reflect this matrilineal spirit. On our journey, Cecilia takes us to the Molinong waterfalls. Legends tell of a widow named Kalikai who lived near one of the waterfalls in the Kasi region. She had a beautiful daughter. After her husband's death, people urged her to remarry, to ease her burdens. She did, to a selfish, cruel man. One day, while Kalikai was away from home, the husband killed her daughter and cooked part of her body. When Kalikai returned home and discovered the horrific crime, she collapsed in grief and ran to the edge of the cliff, leaping into the unknown. Her story became a symbol of women's independence in Kasi culture and their refusal to depend on men. There are many Kasi legends like it, yet they do not conflict with Christianity, which most of them follow today.
Some Christians being, like obsessed or possessed by, some spirit or demons, okay? Or they've got some kind of, we call tarot, some black magic happening to them. Then they resort to the help of the traditional people. So sometimes it becomes, we call it a little bit sacrilegious. Now it's less that Christian will participate in all Khasi traditional rituals, very less now.
In the village market, we met the merchant Trinity, who sells small decorative souvenirs. She is the head of her household and fully supports her family, while her husband stays home and takes care of the children.
Khasi society, women is the head of the house. Yes, actually I am very proud to be in Khasi matrilineal society. Because in our Khasi society, we have responsible, even we women also, we have responsible to take care of our household. Anything we can arrange or we can manage all things, because in our society women also has more power, but the youngest one
get more
property. All the inherits from parents' side, all the young, only for the youngest one.
Out of the 100%, daughter will get like sample 70% and son will be 30%. More actually we give to the woman, because actually we men, we can work hard, we can work more also. So for women, actually those who are not illiterate, who are not going to school, who are illiterate, so they cannot work. My wife, she's not totally Khasi. Her father is Assamese and her mother is Khasi. Actually my wife, she take her mother's surname. She don't take her father's surname, though he's a non-Khasi also, but still she taken the mother's surname.
Those who marry our ladies, they enjoy, in fact, more than 200% of benefits. Property goes to the ladies, so whoever marry our ladies get the property. And the business they do in their wife's name. This trend is going through a dangerous phase, that I'm saying. Because if you continue to go in this manner, then one fine day, we will not find pure Khasis anymore. Due to mixed marriage, Khasi blood will be diluted.
The social independence women enjoy here, this doesn't mean Khasi women have unlimited privileges or total freedom. Parents still worry when their daughters travel or move away.
They allow us to study only in like the city, but then like for like the sons, like they will allow them to go abroad also. Like they do find it okay with it. But then us, like in the other hand, like us, like for the girls' child, they are more protective and also more, like, you know, more strict with them. So like, you know, most of the family here, like they don't allow their child to study abroad or to pursue the career like outside of Meghalaya or something, like outside of India. Maybe because they're like little protective of their child. That's the main reason.
Poverty also plays a major role in limiting choices and lifestyles, hindering higher education for many girls and boys alike.
Here, young men and women do the same kinds of work. In earlier generations, the wife stayed at home and the husband earned a living. But in our generation, things have changed. Men now do household work, and women take on men's roles.
अपना business अपना चलाते हैं आप.
In our culture, women can take part in any job they want. There is no discrimination except for the local Khasi council, the Durbar. Although titles pass to the women, the Durbar, which sets the rules, fell under local men's authority.
The Khasi community is deeply interconnected. Men and women participate together in all village activities, local celebrations, communal cooking, and sports that last from early morning until nightfall.
Most of the villagers here are farmers. So in farming we have to contribute both men and women, like they go together to the field also for the field work. Like both men and women can give their idea for the betterment of the family and for the betterment of the society also.
Here the young men and women also like participate the same role. Before, like the older generation, the wife always stay at home and then the husband like is the breadwinner. But then in our generation, like things change and then men do the household work and the women also do the men's work.
Everyone contributes and everyone shares the meal.
Today we are having this cleaning drive from Pongtung to Maulnong, which is 18 kilometers, and we are having all the way to Maulnong. And we are doing this each and every year. This is the 6th time we are doing this cleaning drive.
In 23, several local and international magazines named this village the cleanest in Asia, earning it national fame.
This is how we are doing the cleaning drive. And you can see the people are still cleaning and picking up the plastics, mostly the plastics. Right now we don't have any recycle plant in the village, but we are very grateful to the Shillong Municipal Board. We have to go, we have to dump over for the plastics.
It has since gained recognition among other towns and villages as a model to follow. Cleanliness here is a sacred ritual, cherished by the Khasi people, from young children to grandmothers, keeping the entire village spotless through collective effort.
For now, we just clean the village. We can give some advice for the other people also. So this is our daily responsibilities because it gives us health also if we clean the village. So other people also from the outside, the people from outside, so they will see us. They will get some advice from us.
They don't see it as routine work, but as a sacred, enduring part of their tribal life.
Most of the property right now, it's inherited by the youngest daughter. Because they think that the youngest daughter will be the one who will be looking after the parents after they grow old. But then right now it's different. Some of them, youngest daughter didn't have a good relationship with the parents. So the older daughter will look after the parents, right? So maybe the oldest daughter, the one who's looking after her parent, that daughter should be the one to inherit the property, right? I see in my areas also, the one who look after the parents after they're old, that one inherit most of the property, like golds and land and houses, because right now things have changed.
The art of weaving living plant roots into bridges is unique to the Khasi tribe. It was created to span rivers. The entire community works together to design, manage, and maintain each bridge. A process that takes more than a decade, shared across generations. The young people caring for these bridges today will walk across them in the future. It's believed these bridges can last for hundreds of years. But will the Khasi traditions endure just as long?
As the organization are trying our level best to fight this head on, so that we say, even if a foreigner, even if a male from another community marries a Khasi girl, they should not give the title of the Khasi. They should give the title of that Khasi male or that male from the other community.
Material society, it will be different afterwards, but then material process will still go on. But then I think that some of them will also like, as I've seen now also, like some of my friends like inherited the father's title, their father's titles. But then I think that this will go on and on in our state. I think it will go on for ages, and there will be difference here and there. I mean, there will be difference in sharing property and in sharing like the power in the household and in the society.
Something we have to adjust with the modern society. A little bit we have to adjust. Like I think this system will go on.
Changes regarding to the culture, and then the way of livelihood, the way of eating, the way of literacy. Actually, it's almost totally changed compared to like the old ages, like long time ago.
We hope women will come forward to join the village Durbar. We will work hard together to bring change to our community. Women and men can work in all fields, and they will do it well.
Everything will be changed because of this technologies also, na? Everything will be changed. But in our heritage, it will be the same, remain the same.
I think this society will stay forever. It will not change because every community, they have their own culture. It stays forever.